Chapter 1. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Kokonos. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 1. Her Birth and Parentage. The subject of this biography, Sojourner Truth, as she now calls herself, but whose name originally was Isabella, was born as near as she can now calculate between the years 1797 and 1800. She was the daughter of James and Betsy, slaves of one Colonel Ardinburgh, Hurley, Ulster County, New York. Colonel Ardinburgh belonged to that class of people called Low Dutch. Of her first master she can give no account, as she must have been a mere infant when he died, and she, with her parents, and some 10 or 12 other fellow human chattels, became the legal property of his son, Charles Ardinburgh. She distinctly remembers hearing her father and mother say that their lot was a fortunate one, as Master Charles was the best of the family, being, comparatively speaking, a kind master to his slaves. James and Betsy, having by their faithfulness, docility, and respectful behavior won his particular regard, received from him particular favors, among which was a lot of land, lying back on the slope of a mountain, where, by improving the pleasant evenings and Sundays, they managed to raise a little tobacco, corn, or flax, which they exchanged for extras, and the articles of food or clothing for themselves and children. She has no remembrance that Saturday afternoon was ever added to their own time, as it is by some masters in the southern states. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Kokonos. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 2. Accommodations. Among Isabella's earliest recollections was the removal of her master, Charles Ardinburgh, into his new house, which he had built for a hotel soon after the decease of his father. A cellar under this hotel was assigned to his slaves as their sleeping apartment. All the slaves he possessed, of both sexes, sleeping, as is quite common in a state of slavery, in the same room. She carries in her mind to this day a vivid picture of this dismal chamber, its only lights consisting of a few panes of glass, through which she thinks the sun never shone but with thrice reflected rays, and the space between the loose boards of the floor and the uneven earth below was often filled with mud and water, the uncomfortable splashings of which were as annoying as its noxious vapors must have been chilling and fatal to health. She shudders even now as she goes back in memory and revisits this cellar, and sees its inmates, of both sexes and all ages, sleeping on those damp boards like the horse, with a little straw on the blanket. And she wonders not at the rheumatisms and fever sores and palsies that distorted the limbs and racked the bodies of those fellow slaves in after life. Still, she does not attribute this cruelty, for cruelty it certainly is to be so unmindful of the health and comfort of any being, leaving entirely out of sight his more important part, his everlasting interests, so much to any innate or constitutional cruelty of the master, as to that gigantic inconsistency, that inherited habit among slaveholders, of expecting a willing and intelligent obedience from the slave, because he is a man. At the same time, everything belonging to the soul-harrowing system does its best to crush the last vestige of a man within him. And when it is crushed, and often before, he is denied the comforts of life on the plea that he knows neither the want nor the use of them, and because he is considered to be little more or little less than a beast. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Kokonos. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 3. Her Brothers and Sisters. Isabella's father was very tall and straight when young, which gave him the name of Bomefree, Low Dutch for tree. At least, this is Sojourner's pronunciation of it, and by this name he usually went. The most familiar appellation of her mother was BETT. She was the mother of some 10 or 12 children. Though Sojourner is far from knowing the exact number of her brothers and sisters, she being the youngest save one, and all older than herself, having been sold before her remembrance. She was privileged to behold 6 of them while she remained a slave. Of the 2 that immediately preceded her in age, a boy of 5 years, and a girl of 3, who were sold when she was an infant, she heard much. And she wishes that all who would fain believe that slave parents have not natural affection for their offspring could have listened as she did, while Bomefree and BETT, their dark cellar lighted by a blazing pine knot, would sit for hours, recalling and recounting every endearing as well as harrowing circumstance that taxed memory could supply. From the histories of those dear departed ones, of whom they had been robbed, and for whom their hearts still bled. Among the rest they would relate how the little boy, on the last morning he was with them, arose with the birds, kindled a fire, calling for his Mau to come, for all was now ready for her. Little dreaming of the dreadful separation which was so near at hand, but of which his parents had an uncertain, but all the more cruel foreboding. There was snow on the ground at the time of which we are speaking, and a large old-fashioned sleigh was seen to drive up to the door of the late Colonel Ardenberg. This event was noticed with childish pleasure by the unsuspicious boy. But when he was taken and put into the sleigh and saw his little sister actually shut and locked into the sleigh box, his eyes were at once opened to their intentions, and like a frightened deer he sprang from the sleigh, and running into the house concealed himself under a bed. But this availed him little. He was reconveyed to the sleigh, and separated forever from those whom God had constituted his natural guardians and protectors, and who should have found him in return a stay and a staff to them in their declining years. But I make no comments on facts like these, knowing that the heart of every slave parent will make its own comments, involuntarily and correctly, as soon as each heart shall make the case its own. Those who are not parents will draw their conclusions from the promptings of humanity and philanthropy. These, enlightened by reason and revelation, are also unerring. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Kokonos. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 4. Her Religious Instruction. Isabella and Peter, her youngest brother, remained with their parents the legal property of Charles Ardenberg till his decease, which took place when Isabella was near 9 years old. After this event, she was often surprised to find her mother in tears, and when in her simplicity she inquired, "Mau, what makes you cry?" she would answer, "Oh, my child, I am thinking of your brothers and sisters that have been sold away from me." And she would proceed to detail many circumstances respecting them. But Isabella long since concluded that it was the impending fate of her only remaining children, which her mother but too well understood even then, that called up those memories from the past and made them crucify her heart afresh. In the evening, when her mother's work was done, she would sit down under the sparkling vault of heaven, and calling her children to her, would talk to them of the only being that could effectually aid or protect them. Her teachings were delivered in Low Dutch, her only language, and translated into English ran nearly as follows. My children, there is a God who hears and sees you. A God, Mau Mau? Where does he live? Asked the children. He lives in the sky, she replied, and when you are beaten or cruelly treated or fall into any trouble, you must ask help of him, and he will always hear and help you. She taught them to kneel and say the Lord's Prayer. She entreated them to refrain from lying and stealing, and to strive to obey their masters. At times a groan would escape her, and she would break out in the language of the psalmist, O Lord, how long? O Lord, how long? And in reply to Isabella's question, what ails you, Mau Mau? Her only answer was, Oh, a good deal ails me. Enough ails me. Then again she would point them to the stars and say in her peculiar language, Those are the same stars, and that is the same moon that look down upon your brothers and sisters, and which they see as they look up to them, though they are ever so far away from us and each other. Thus, in her humble way, did she endeavor to show them their Heavenly Father, as the only being who could protect them in their perilous condition. At the same time, she would strengthen and brighten the chain of family affection, which she trusted extended itself sufficiently to connect the widely scattered members of her precious flock. These instructions of the mother were treasured up and held sacred by Isabella, as our future narrative will show. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Kokonos. The narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 5. The Auction. At length the never-to-be-forgotten day of the terrible auction arrived, when the slaves, horses, and other cattle of Charles Ardinburgh deceased were to be put under the hammer, and again change masters. Not only Isabella and Peter, but their mother were now destined to the auction block, and would have been struck off with the rest to the highest bidder but for the following circumstance. A question arose among the heirs. Who shall be burdened with Bomefree when we have sent away his faithful Mau Mau BETT? He was becoming weak and infirm. His limbs were painfully rheumatic and distorted more from exposure and hardship than from old age. Though he was several years older than Mau Mau BETT, he was no longer considered of value, but must soon be a burden and care to someone. After some contention on the point at issue, none being willing to be burdened with him, it was finally agreed as most expedient for the heirs that the price of Mau Mau BETT should be sacrificed, and she receive her freedom, on condition that she take care of and support her faithful James. Faithful, not only to her as a husband, but proverbially faithful as a slave to those who would not willingly sacrifice $1 for his comfort, now that he had commenced his descent into the dark vale of decrepitude and suffering. This important decision was received as joyful news indeed to our ancient couple, who were the objects of it, and who were trying to prepare their hearts for a severe struggle, and one altogether new to them, as they had never before been separated, for, though ignorant, helpless, crushed in spirit, and weighed down with hardship and cruel bereavement, they were still human, and their human hearts beat within them with as true an affection as ever caused a human heart to beat. And their anticipated separation now, in the decline of life, after the last child had been torn from them, must have been truly appalling. Another privilege was granted them, that of remaining occupants of the same dark, humid cellar I have before described. Otherwise, they were to support themselves as they best could. And as her mother was still able to do considerable work, and her father a little, they got on for some time very comfortably. The strangers who rented the house were humane people, and very kind to them. They were not rich, and own no slaves. How long this state of things continued we are unable to say, as Isabella had not then sufficiently cultivated her organ of time to calculate years, or even weeks or hours. But she thinks her mother must have lived several years after the death of Master Charles. She remembers going to visit her parents some 3 or 4 times before the death of her mother, and a good deal of time seemed to her to intervene between each visit. At length her mother's health began to decline. A fever sore made its ravages on one of her limbs, and the palsy began to shake her frame. Still, she and James tottered about, picking up a little here and there, which, added to the mites contributed by their kind neighbors, sufficed to sustain life and drive famine from the door. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Kokonos. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 6. Death of Mau Bett. One morning in early autumn, from the reason above mentioned we cannot tell what year, Mau Bett told James she would make him a loaf of rye bread and get Mrs. Simmons, their kind neighbor, to bake it for them, as she would bake that forenoon. James told her he had engaged to rake after the cart for his neighbors that morning, but before he commenced he would pull off some apples from a tree near, which they were allowed to gather, and if she could get some of them baked with the bread, it would give a nice relish for their dinner. He beat off the apples, and soon after saw Mau Bett come out and gather them up. At the blowing of the horn for dinner, he groped his way into his cellar, anticipating his humble but warm and nourishing meal, when lo! Instead of being cheered by the sight and odor of fresh-baked bread and the savory apples, his cellar seemed more cheerless than usual, and at first neither sight nor sound met eye or ear. But on groping his way through the room, his staff, which he used as a pioneer to go before and warn him of danger, seemed to be impeded in its progress, and a low, gurgling, choking sound proceeded from the object before him, giving him the first intimation of the truth as it was, that Mau Bett, his bosom companion, the only remaining member of his large family, had fallen in a fit of the palsy, and lay helpless and senseless on the earth. Who among us, located in pleasant homes, surrounded with every comfort, and so many kind and sympathizing friends, can picture to ourselves the dark and desolate state of poor old James? Penniless, weak, lame, and nearly blind, as he was at the moment he found his companion was removed from him, and he was left alone in the world, with no one to aid, comfort, or console him. For she never revived again, and lived only a few hours after being discovered senseless by her poor bereaved James. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Kokonos. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 7. Last Days of Bomefree. Isabella and Peter were permitted to see the remains of their mother laid in their last narrow dwelling, and to make their bereaved father a little visit, ere they returned to their servitude. And most piteous were the lamentations of the poor old man, when at last they also were obliged to bid him farewell. Juan Fernandez, on his desolate island, was not so pitiable an object as this poor lame man. Blind and crippled, he was too superannuated to think for a moment of taking care of himself, and he greatly feared no persons would interest themselves in his behalf. "Oh," he would exclaim, "I had thought God would take me first. Mau was so much smarter than I. get about and take care of herself, and I am so old and so helpless. What is to become of me? I can't do anything any more. My children are all gone, and here I am left helpless and alone." And then, as I was taking leave of him, said his daughter, in relating it, "He raised his voice and cried aloud like a child. Oh, how he did cry! I hear it now, and remember it as well as if it were but yesterday. Poor old man! He thought God had done it all, and my heart bled within me at the sight of his misery. He begged me to get permission and come see him sometimes, which I readily and heartily promised him. But when all had left him, the Ardinburghs, having some feeling left for their faithful and favorite slave, took turns about in keeping him, permitting him to stay a few weeks at one house, and then a while at another, and so around. If, when he made a removal, the place where he was going was not too far off, he took up his line of march, staff in hand, and asked for no assistance. If it was 12 or 20 miles, they gave him a ride. While he was living in this way, Isabella was twice permitted to visit him. Another time she walked 12 miles, and carried her infant in her arms to see him. But when she reached the place where she hoped to find him, he had just left for a place some 20 miles distant, and she never saw him more. The last time she did see him, she found him seated on a rock by the roadside, alone and far from any house. He was then migrating from the house of one Ardinburgh to that of another, several miles distant. His hair was white like wool, he was almost blind, and his gait was more a creep than a walk. But the weather was warm and pleasant, and he did not dislike the journey. When Isabella addressed him, he recognized her voice and was exceeding glad to see her. He was assisted to mount the wagon, was carried back to the famous cellar of which we have spoken, and there they held their last earthly conversation. He, again, as usual, bewailed his loneliness, spoke in tones of anguish of his many children, saying, "They were all taken away from me. I have now not one to give me a cup of cold water. Why should I live and not die?" Isabella, whose heart yearned over her father, and who would have made any sacrifice to have been able to be with and take care of him, tried to comfort by telling him that she had heard the white folks say that all the slaves in the state would be freed in 10 years, and that then she would come and take care of him. "I would take just as good care of you as Mau would if she was here," continued Isabel. "Oh, my child," replied he, "I cannot live that long." "Oh, do, Daddy, do live, and I will take such good care of you," was her rejoinder. She now says, "Why, I thought then, in my ignorance, that he could live if he would. I just as much thought so as I ever thought anything in my life, and I insisted on his living, but he shook his head, and insisted he could not." But before Bomefree's good constitution would yield either to age, exposure, or a strong desire to die, the Ardinburghs again tired of him, and offered freedom to 2 old slaves, Caesar, brother of Mau, and his wife Betsy, on condition that they should take care of James. I was about to say their brother-in-law, but as slaves are neither husbands nor wives in law, the idea of their being brothers-in-law is truly ludicrous. And although they were too old and infirm to take care of themselves, Caesar having been afflicted for a long time with fever sores, and his wife with the jaundice, they eagerly accepted the boon of freedom, which had been the lifelong desire of their souls, though at a time when emancipation was to them little more than destitution, and was a freedom more to be desired by the master than the slave. Sojourner declares of the slaves in their ignorance that their thoughts are no longer than her finger. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Kokonos. The narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 8. Death of Bomefree. A rude cabin in a lone wood, far from any neighbors, was granted to our freed friends, as the only assistance they were now to expect. Bomefree from this time found his poor needs hardly supplied, as his new providers were scarce able to administer to their own wants. However, the time drew near when things were to be decidedly worse rather than better, for they had not been together long before Betty died, and shortly after Caesar followed her to that bourne from whence no traveller returns, leaving poor James again desolate and more helpless than ever before, as this time there was no kind family in the house, and the Ardinburghs no longer invited him to their homes. Yet, lone, blind, and helpless as he was, James for a time lived on. One day an aged colored woman named Sowen called at his shanty, and James besought her in the most moving manner, even with tears, to tarry a while and wash and mend him up, so that he might once more be decent and comfortable, for he was suffering dreadfully with the filth and vermin that had collected upon him. Sowen was herself an emancipated slave, old and weak, with no one to care for her, and she lacked the courage to undertake a job of such seeming magnitude, fearing she might herself get sick and perish there without assistance. And with great reluctance and a heart swelling with pity, as she afterwards declared, she felt obliged to leave him in his wretchedness and filth. And shortly after her visit, this faithful slave, this deserted wreck of humanity, was found on his miserable pallet, frozen and stiff in death. The kind angel had come at last and relieved him of the many miseries that his fellow man had heaped upon him. Yes, he had died chilled and starved, with none to speak a kindly word or do a kindly deed for him in that last dread hour of need. The news of his death reached the ears of John Ardinburgh, a grandson of the old colonel, and he declared that Bomefree, who had ever been a kind and faithful slave, should now have a good funeral. And now, gentle reader, what think you constituted a good funeral? Answer: some black paint for the coffin and a jug of ardent spirits. What a compensation for a life of toil, of patient submission to repeated robberies of the most aggravated kind, and also, far more than murderous neglect. Mankind often vainly attempts to atone for unkindness or cruelty to the living by honoring the same after death. But John Ardinburgh undoubtedly meant his pot of paint and jug of whiskey should act as an opiate on his slaves, rather than on his own seared conscience. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lee Laird. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth, Chapter 9. Having seen the sad end of her parents, so far as it relates to this earthly life, we will return with Isabella to that memorable auction which threatened to separate her father and mother. A slave auction is a terrible affair to its victims, and its incidents and consequences are graven on their hearts as with a pen of burning steel. At this memorable time, Isabella was struck off for the sum of $100 to one John Neely of Ulster County, New York, and she has an impression that in this sale she was connected with a lot of sheep. She was now 9 years of age, and her trials in life may be dated from this period. She says with emphasis, "Now the war begun." She could only talk Dutch, and the Neelys could only talk English. Mr. Neely could understand Dutch, but Isabel and her mistress could neither of them understand the language of the other, and this of itself was a formidable obstacle in the way of a good understanding between them, and for some time was a fruitful source of dissatisfaction to the mistress, and of punishment and suffering to Isabella. She says, "If they sent me for a frying pan, not knowing what they meant, perhaps I carried them pothooks and trammels. Then, oh, how angry mistress would be with me." Then she suffered terribly, terribly with the cold. During the winter her feet were badly frozen for want of proper covering. They gave her a plenty to eat, and also a plenty of whippings. One Sunday morning in particular, she was told to go to the barn. On going there, she found her master with a bundle of rods, prepared in the embers, and bound together with cords. When he had tied her hands together before her, he gave her the most cruel whipping she was ever tortured with. He whipped her till the flesh was deeply lacerated, and the blood streamed from her wounds, and the scars remain to the present day, to testify to the fact. And now, she says, when I hear him tell of whipping women on the bare flesh, it makes my flesh crawl, and my very hair rise on my head. Oh, my God, she continues, what a way is this of treating human beings? In those hours of her extremity, she did not forget the instructions of her mother, to go to God in all her trials and every affliction. And she not only remembered, but obeyed, going to him and telling him all and asking him if he thought it was right and begging him to protect and shield her from her persecutors. She always asked with an unwavering faith that she should receive just what she pleaded for. And now, she says, though it seems curious, I do not remember ever asking for anything but what I got it, and I always received it as an answer to my prayers. When I got beaten, I never knew it long enough to go beforehand to pray, and I always thought that if I only had time to pray to God for help, I should have escaped the beating. She had no idea God had any knowledge of her thoughts, save what she told him, or heard her prayers unless they were spoken audibly. And consequently, she could not pray unless she had time and opportunity to go by herself, where she could talk to God without being overheard. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 10. Trials continued. When she had been at Mr. Neely's several months, she began to beg God most earnestly to send her father to her, and as soon as she had commenced to pray, she began as confidently to look for his coming, and, ere it was long, to her great joy, he came. She had no opportunity to speak to him of the troubles that weighed so heavily on her spirit while he remained, but when he left, she followed him to the gate, and unburdened her heart to him, inquiring if he could do something to get her a new and better place. In this way the slaves often assist each other, by ascertaining who are kind to their slaves comparatively, and then using their influence to get such an one to hire or to buy their friends. And masters, often from policy as well as from latent humanity, allow those they are about to sell or let to choose their own places, if the persons they happen to select for masters are considered safe pay. He promised to do all he could, and they parted. But every day, as long as the snow lasted, for there was snow on the ground at the time, she returned to the spot where they had separated, and walking in the tracks her father had made in the snow, repeated her prayer, that God would help her father to get her a new and better place. A long time had not elapsed when a fisherman by the name of Scriver appeared at Mr. Neely's and inquired of Isabel if she would like to go and live with him. She eagerly answered yes, and nothing doubting but he was sent in answer to her prayer, and she soon started off with him, walking while he rode, for he had bought her at the suggestion of her father, paying $105 for her. He also lived in Ulster County, but some 5 or 6 miles from Mr. Neely's. Scriver, besides being a fisherman, kept a tavern for the accommodation of people of his own class, for his was a rude, uneducated family, exceedingly profane in their language, but, on the whole, an honest, kind, and well-disposed people. They owned a large farm, but left it wholly unimproved, attending mainly to their vocations of fishing and innkeeping. Isabella declares she can ill describe the kind of life she led with them. It was a wild, out-of-door kind of life. She was expected to carry fish, to hoe corn, to bring roots and herbs from the woods for beers, go to the Strand for a gallon of molasses or liquor as the case might require, and browse around, as she expresses it. It was a life that suited her well for the time being, as devoid of hardship or terror as it was of improvement, a need which had not yet become a want. Instead of improving at this place morally, she retrograded, as their example taught her to curse, and it was here that she took her first oath. After living with them for about a year and a half, she was sold to one John J. Dumont for the sum of £70. This was in 1810. Mr. Dumont lived in the same county as her former masters, in the town of New Paltz, and she remained with him till a short time previous to her emancipation by the state in 1828. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 11. Her Standing with Her Master and Mistress. Had Mrs. Dumont possessed that vein of kindness and consideration for the slaves so perceptible in her husband's character, Isabella would have been as comfortable here as one had best be if one must be a slave. Mr. Dumont had been nursed in the very lap of slavery, and being naturally a man of kind feelings, treated his slaves with all the consideration he did his other animals, and more, perhaps. But Mrs. Dumont, who had been born and educated in a non-slave-holding family, and, like many others, used only to work people, who, under the most stimulating of human motives, were willing to put forth their every energy, could not have patience with the creeping gait, the dull understanding, or see any cause for the listless manners and careless, slovenly habits of the poor, downtrodden outcast, entirely forgetting that every high and efficient motive had been removed far from him, and that, had not his very intellect been crushed out of him, the slave would find little ground for aught but hopeless despondency. From this source arose a long series of trials in the life of our heroine, which we must pass over in silence, some from motives of delicacy, and others because the relation of them might inflict undeserved pain on some now living, whom Isabel remembers only with esteem and love. Therefore the reader will not be surprised if our narrative appears somewhat tame at this point, and may rest assured that it is not for want of facts, as the most thrilling incidents of this portion of her life are, from various motives, suppressed. One comparatively trifling incident she wishes related, as it made a deep impression on her mind at the time, showing, as she thinks, how God shields the innocent, and causes them to triumph over their enemies, and how also she stood between master and mistress. In her family, Mrs. Dumont employed 2 white girls, one of whom, named Kate, evinced a disposition to lord it over Isabel, and, in her emphatic language, to grind her down. Her master often shielded her from the attacks and accusations of others, praising her for her readiness and ability to work, and these praises seemed to foster a spirit of hostility to her in the minds of Mrs. Dumont and her white servant, the latter of whom took every opportunity to cry up her faults, lessen her in the esteem of her master, and increase against her the displeasure of her mistress, which was already more than sufficient for Isabel's comfort. Her master insisted that she could do as much work as 6 common people, and do it well, too, whilst her mistress insisted that the first was true only because it ever came from her hand but half performed. A good deal of feeling arose from this difference of opinion, which was getting to rather an uncomfortable height, when all at once the potatoes that Isabel cooked for breakfast assumed a dingy, dirty look. Her mistress blamed her severely, asking her master to observe "a fine specimen of Belle's work," adding, "It is the way all her work is done." Her master scolded also this time, and commanded her to be more careful in the future. Kate joined with zest in the censures, and was very hard upon her. Isabella thought that she had done all she well could to have them nice, and became quite distressed at their appearances, and wondered what she should do to avoid them. In this dilemma, Gertrude Dumont, Mr. Dumont's eldest child, a good, kind-hearted girl of 10 years, who pitied Isabel sincerely, when she heard them all blame her so unsparingly, came forward, offering her sympathy and assistance. And when about to retire to bed on the night of Isabella's humiliation, she advanced to Isabel and told her, if she would wake her early next morning, she would get up and attend to her potatoes for her, while she, Isabella, went to milking, and they would see if they could not have them nice, and not have Poppy, her word for father, and Mattie, her word for mother, and all of 'em scolding so terribly. Isabella gladly availed herself of this kindness, which touched her to the heart amid so much of an opposite spirit. When Isabella had put the potatoes over to boil, Getty told her she would herself tend the fire while Isabel milked. She had not been long seated by the fire in performance of her promise when Kate entered, and requested Gertrude to go out of the room and do something for her, which she refused, still keeping her place in the corner. While there, Kate came sweeping about the fire, caught up a chip, lifted some ashes with it, and dashed them into the kettle. Now the mystery was solved, the plot discovered. Kate was working a little too fast at making her mistress's words good, at showing that Mrs. Dumont and herself were on the right side of the dispute, and consequently at gaining power over Isabella. Yes, she was quite too fast, inasmuch as she had overlooked the little figure of justice which sat in the corner, with scales nicely balanced, waiting to give all their dues. But the time had come when she was to be overlooked no longer. It was Getty's turn to speak now. "Oh, Poppy! Oh, Poppy!" said she. "Kate has been putting ashes in among the potatoes. I saw her do it. Look at those that fell on the outside of the kettle. You can now see what made the potatoes so dingy every morning, though Belle washed them clean." And she repeated her story to every newcomer, till the fraud was made as public as the censure of Isabella had been. Her mistress looked blank, and remained dumb. Her master muttered something which sounded very like an oath, and poor Kate was so chop-fallen, she looked like a convicted criminal, who would gladly have hid herself, now that the baseness was out, to conceal her mortified pride and deep chagrin. It was a fine triumph for Isabella and her master, and she became more ambitious than ever to please him. And he stimulated her ambition by his commendation and by boasting of her to his friends, telling them that wench, pointing to Isabel, is better to me than a man, for she will do a good family's washing in the night, and be ready in the morning to go into the field, where she will do as much at raking and binding as my best hands. Her ambition and desire to please were so great that she often worked several nights in succession, sleeping only short snatches as she sat in her chair. And some nights she would not allow herself to take any sleep, save what she could get resting herself against the wall, fearing that if she sat down she would sleep too long. These extra exertions to please, and the praise consequent upon them, brought upon her head the envy of her fellow slaves, and they taunted her with being the white folks' nigger. On the other hand, she received the larger share of the confidence of her master, and many small favors that were by them unattainable. I asked her if her master Dumont ever whipped her. She answered, "Oh, yes, he sometimes whipped me soundly, though never cruelly. And the most severe whipping he ever gave me was because I was cruel to a cat." At this time she looked upon her master as a god, and believed that he knew of and could see her at all times, even as God himself. And she used sometimes to confess her delinquencies from the conviction that he already knew them, and that she should fare better if she confessed voluntarily. And if anyone talked to her of the injustice of being a slave, she answered them with contempt, and immediately told her master. She then firmly believed that slavery was right and honorable. Yet she now sees very clearly the false position they were all in, both masters and slaves, and she looks back with utter astonishment at the absurdity of the claims so arrogantly set up by the masters over beings designed by God to be as free as kings, and at the perfect stupidity of the slave in admitting for one moment the validity of these claims. In obedience to her mother's instructions, she had educated herself to such a sense of honesty that, when she had become a mother, she would sometimes whip her child when it cried to her for bread, rather than give it a piece secretly, lest it should learn to take what was not its own. And the writer of this knows, from personal observation, that the slaveholders of the South feel it to be a religious duty to teach their slaves to be honest, and never to take what is not their own. O consistency, art thou not a jewel? Yet Isabella glories in the fact that she was faithful and true to her master. She says, "It made me true to my God," meaning that it helped to form in her a character that loved truth and hated a lie, and had saved her from the bitter pains and fears that are sure to follow in the wake of insincerity and hypocrisy. As she advanced in years, an attachment sprung up between herself and a slave named Robert, but his master, an Englishman by the name of Catlin, anxious that no one's property but his own should be enhanced by the increase of his slaves, forbade Robert's visits to Isabella, and commanded him to take a wife among his fellow servants. Notwithstanding this interdiction, Robert, following the bent of his inclinations, continued his visits to Isabel, though very stealthily, and, as he believed, without exciting the suspicion of his master. But one Saturday afternoon, hearing that Belle was ill, he took the liberty to go and see her. The first intimation she had of his visit was the appearance of her master, inquiring if she had seen Bob. On her answering in the negative, he said to her, "If you see him, tell him to take care of himself, for the Catlins are after him." Almost at that instant, Bob made his appearance, and the first people he met were his old and his young masters. They were terribly enraged at finding him there, and the eldest began cursing and calling upon his son to knock down the damned black rascal. At the same time, they both fell upon him like tigers, beating him with the heavy ends of their canes, bruising and mangling his head and face in the most awful manner, and causing the blood which streamed from his wounds to cover him like a slaughtered beast, constituting him a most shocking spectacle. Mr. Dumont interposed at this point, telling the ruffians they could no longer thus spill human blood on his premises. He would have no niggers killed there. The Catlins then took a rope that they had taken with them for this purpose, and tied Bob's hands behind him in such a manner that Mr. Dumont insisted on loosening the cord, declaring that no brute should be tied in that manner where he was. And as they led him away, like the greatest of criminals, the more humane Dumont followed them to their homes as Robert's protector. And when he returned, he kindly went to Belle, as he called her, telling her that he did not think they would strike him any more, as their wrath had greatly cooled before he left them. Isabella had witnessed this scene from her window, and was greatly shocked at the murderous treatment of poor Robert, whom she truly loved, and whose only crime in the eye of his persecutors was his affection for her. This beating, and we know not what after treatment, completely subdued the spirit of its victim, for Robert ventured no more to visit Isabella, but like an obedient and faithful chattel, took himself a wife from the house of his master. Robert did not live many years after his last visit to Isabel, but took his departure to that country where they neither marry nor are given in marriage, and where the oppressor cannot molest. The end of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 12. Isabella's Marriage. Subsequently, Isabella was married to a fellow slave named Thomas, who had previously had 2 wives, one of whom, if not both, had been torn from him and sold far away. And it is more than probable that he was not only allowed, but encouraged to take another at each successive sale. I say it is probable because the writer of this knows, from personal observation, that such is the custom among slaveholders at the present day, and that in a 20 months' residence among them, we never knew anyone to open lip against the practice, and when we severely censured it, the slaveholder had nothing to say, and the slave pleaded that, under existing circumstances, he could do no better. Such an abominable state of things is silently tolerated, to say the least, by slaveholders, deny it who may. And what is that religion that sanctions, even by its silence, all that is embraced in the peculiar institution? If there can be anything more diametrically opposed to the religion of Jesus than the working of this soul-killing system, which is as truly sanctioned by the religion of America as are her ministers and churches, we wish to be shown where it can be found. We have said Isabella was married to Thomas. She was, after the fashion of slavery, one of the slaves performing the ceremony for them, as no true minister of Christ can perform, as in the presence of God, what he knows to be a mere farce, a mock marriage, unrecognized by any civil law, and liable to be annulled any moment, when the interest or the caprice of the master should dictate. With what feelings must slaveholders expect us to listen to their horror of amalgamation in prospect, while they are well aware that we know how calmly and quietly they contemplate the present state of licentiousness their own wicked laws have created, not only as it regards the slave, but as it regards the more privileged portion of the population of the South. Slaveholders appear to me to take the same notice of the vices of the slave as one does of the vicious disposition of his horse. They are often an inconvenience. Further than that, they care not to trouble themselves about the matter.
End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 13. Isabella as a Mother. In process of time, Isabella found herself the mother of 5 children, and she rejoiced in being permitted to be the instrument of increasing the property of her oppressors. Think, dear reader, without a blush if you can, for one moment of a mother, thus willingly and with pride laying her own children, the flesh of her flesh, on the altar of slavery, a sacrifice to the bloody Moloch. But we must remember that beings capable of such sacrifices are not mothers. They are only things, chattels, property. But since that time, the subject of this narrative has made some advances from a state of chattelism toward that of a woman and a mother, and she now looks back upon her thoughts and feelings there in her state of ignorance and degradation, as one does on the dark imagery of a fitful dream. One moment it seems but a frightful illusion. Again it appears a terrible reality. I would to God it were but a dreamy myth, and not, as it now stands, a horrid reality to some 3 millions of chattelized human beings. I have already alluded to her care not to teach her children to steal by her example, and she says, with groanings that cannot be written, "The Lord only knows how many times I let my children go hungry, rather than take secretly the bread I like not to ask for. All parents who annul their preceptive teachings by their daily practices would do well to profit by her example. Another proof of her master's kindness of heart is found in the following fact. If her master came into the house and found her infant crying, as she could not always attend to its wants and the commands of her mistress at the same time, he would turn to his wife with a look of reproof, and ask her why she did not see the child taken care of, saying most earnestly, "I will not hear this crying. I can't bear it, and I will not hear any child cry so. Here, Belle, take care of this child, if no more work is done for a week." And he would linger to see if his orders were obeyed and not countermanded. When Isabella went to the field to work, she used to put her infant in a basket, tying a rope to each handle, and suspending the basket to a branch of a tree, set another small child to swing it. It was thus secure from reptiles and was easily administered to, and even lulled to sleep, by a child too young for other labors. I was quite struck with the ingenuity of such a baby tender, as I have sometimes been with the swinging hammock the native mother prepares for her sick infant, apparently so much easier than aught we have in our more civilized homes. Easier for the child because it gets the motion without the least jar, and easier for the nurse because the hammock is strung so high as to supersede the necessity of stooping.
End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 14. The Slaveholder's Promises. After emancipation had been decreed by the state, some years before the time fixed for its consummation, Isabella's master told her if she would do well and be faithful, he would give her free papers, 1 year before she was legally free by statute. In the year 1826, she had a badly diseased hand, which greatly diminished her usefulness. But on the arrival of July 4th, 1827, the time specified for her receiving her free papers, she claimed the fulfillment of her master's promise. But he refused granting it, on account, as he alleged, of the loss he had sustained by her hand. She had pleaded that she had worked all the time, and done many things she was not wholly able to do, although she knew she had been less useful than formerly. But her master remained inflexible. Her very faithfulness probably operated against her now, and he found it less easy than he thought to give up the profits of his faithful Belle, who had so long done him efficient service. But Isabella inwardly determined that she would remain quietly with him only until she had spun his wool, about 100 pounds, and then she would leave him, taking the rest of the time to herself. "Ah," she says, with emphasis that cannot be written, "the slaveholders are terrible for promising to give you this or that, or such and such a privilege, if you will do thus and so. And when the time of fulfillment comes, and one claims the promise, they, forsooth, recollect nothing of the kind, and you are, like as not, taunted for being a liar, or at best, the slave is accused of not having performed his part or condition of the contract. Oh," she says, "I have felt as if I could not live through the operation sometimes. Just think of us, so eager for our pleasures, and just foolish enough to keep feeding and feeding ourselves up, with the idea that we should get what had been thus fairly promised, and when we think it is almost in our hands, find ourselves flatly denied. Just think, how could we bear it? Why, there was Charles Broadhead, promised his slave Ned that when harvesting was over he might go and see his wife, who lived some 20 or 30 miles off. So Ned worked early and late, and as soon as the harvest was all in, he claimed the promised boon. His master said he merely told him he would see if he could go when the harvest was over, but now he saw that he could not go. But Ned, who still claimed a positive promise, on which he had fully depended, went on cleaning his shoes.
His master asked if he intended going, and on his replying yes, took up a sled stick that lay near him and gave him such a blow on the head as broke his skull, killing him on the spot. The poor colored people all felt struck down by the blow. Ah, and well they might. Yet it was but one of a long series of bloody and other most effectual blows struck against their liberty and their lives. But to return from our digression. The subject of this narrative was to have been free July 4th, 1827, but she continued with her master till the wool was spun, and the heaviest of the fall's work closed up, when she concluded to take her freedom into her own hands and seek her fortune in some other place. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 15. Her Escape. The question in her mind, and one not easily solved, now was, how can I get away? So, as was her usual custom, she told God she was afraid to go in the night, and in the day everybody would see her. At length, the thought came to her that she could leave just before the day dawned and get out of the neighborhood where she was known before the people were much astir. Yes, she said fervently, that's a good thought. Thank you, God, for that thought. So, receiving it as coming direct from God, she acted upon it, and one fine morning, a little before daybreak, she might have been seen stepping stealthily away from the rear of Master Dumont's house, her infant on one arm and her wardrobe on the other, the bulk and weight of which, probably, she never found so convenient as on present occasion, a cotton handkerchief containing both her clothes and her provisions. As she gained the summit of a high hill, a considerable distance from her master's, the sun offended her by coming forth in all his pristine splendor. She thought it never was so light before. Indeed, she thought it much too light. She stopped to look about her, and ascertained if her pursuers were yet in sight. No one appeared, and for the first time the question came up for settlement. Where and to whom shall I go? In all her thoughts of getting away, she had not once asked herself whither she should direct her steps. She sat down, fed her infant, and again turning her thoughts to God, her only help, she prayed him to direct her to some safe asylum. And soon it occurred to her that there was a man living somewhere in the direction she had been pursuing, by the name of Levi Rowe, whom she had known, and who, she thought, would be likely to befriend her. She accordingly pursued her way to his house, where she found him ready to entertain and assist her, though he was then on his death-bed. He bade her partake of the hospitalities of his house, said he knew of 2 good places where she might get in, and requested his wife to show her where they were to be found. As soon as she came in sight of the first house, she recollected having seen it and its inhabitants before, and instantly exclaimed, "That's the place for me. I shall stop there." She went there and found the good people of the house, Mr. and Mrs. Van Wagener, absent, but was kindly received and hospitably entertained by their excellent mother till the return of her children. When they arrived, she made her case known to them. They listened to her story, assuring her they never turned the needy away, and willingly gave her employment. She had not been there long before her old master, Dumont, appeared, as she had anticipated, for when she took French leave of him, she resolved not to go too far from him, and not putting him to as much trouble in looking her up, for the latter he was sure to do, as Tom and Jack had done when they ran away from him a short time before. This was very considerate in her, to say the least, and a proof that like begets like. He had often considered her feelings, though not always, and she was equally considerate. When her master saw her, he said, "Well, Belle, so you've run away from me." "No, I didn't run away. I walked away by daylight, and all because you had promised me a year of my time." His reply was, "You must go back with me." Her decisive answer was, "No, I won't go back with you." He said, "Well, I shall take the child." This also was stoutly negatived. Mr. Isaac S. Van Wagener then interposed, saying he had never been in the practice of buying and selling slaves. He did not believe in slavery, but, rather than have Isabel taken back by force, he would buy her services for the balance of the year, for which her master charged $20, and $5 in addition for the child. The sum was paid, and her master Dumont departed, but not till he had heard Mr. Van Wagener tell her not to call him master, adding, "There is but one master, and he who is your master is my master." Isabella inquired what she should call him. He answered, "Call me Isaac Van Wagener, and my wife is Maria Van Wagener." Isabella could not understand this, and thought it a mighty change, as it most truly was from a master whose word was law, to simple Isaac S. Van Wagener, who was master to no one. With these noble people, who, though they could not be the masters of slaves, were undoubtedly a portion of God's nobility, she resided 1 year, and from them she derived the name of Van Wagener, he being her last master in the eye of the law, and a slave's surname is ever the same as his master, that is, if he is allowed to have any other name than Tom, Jack, or Guffin. Slaves have sometimes been severely punished for adding their master's name to their own, but when they have no particular title to it, it is no particular offense. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 16. Illegal Sale of Her Son. A little previous to Isabella's leaving her old master, he had sold her child, a boy of 5 years, to a Dr. Gedney, who took him with him as far as New York City on his way to England, but finding the boy too small for his service, he sent him back to his brother, Solomon Gedney. This man disposed of him to his sister's husband, a wealthy planter by the name of Fowler, who took him to his own home in Alabama. This illegal and fraudulent transaction had been perpetrated some months before Isabella knew of it, as she was now living at Mr. Van Wagener's. The law expressly prohibited the sale of any slave out of the state, and all minors were to be free at 21 years of age. And Mr. Dumont had sold Peter with the express understanding that he was soon to return to the state of New York and be emancipated at that specified time. When Isabella heard that her son had been sold south, she immediately started on foot and alone to find the man who had thus dared, in the face of all law, human and divine, to sell her child out of state, and if possible, to bring him to account for the deed. Arriving at New Paltz, she went directly to her former mistress, Dumont, complaining bitterly of the removal of her son. Her mistress heard her through and then replied, "Ugh, a fine fuss to make about a little nigger! Why, haven't you as many of 'em left as you can see to and take care of? A pity 'tis the niggers are not all in Guinea, making such a hullabaloo about the neighborhood, and all for a paltry nigger." Isabella heard her through, and for a moment's hesitation, answered, in tones of deep determination, "I'll have my child again." "Have your child again?" repeated her mistress, her tones big with contempt, and scorning the absurd idea of her getting him. "How can you get him? And what have you to support him with if you could? Have you any money?" "No," answered Belle, "I have no money, but God has enough, or what's better, and I'll have my child again." These words were pronounced in the most slow, solemn, and determined measure and manner, and in speaking of it she says, "Oh my God, I knowed I'd have him again. I was sure God would help me to get him. Why, I felt so tall within, I felt as if the power of a nation was with me." The impressions made by Isabella on her auditors, when moved by lofty or deep feeling, can never be transmitted to paper, to use the words of another, till by some Daguerrean act we are enabled to transfer the look, the gesture, the tones of voice, in connection with the quaint yet fit expressions used, and the spirit-stirring animation that, at such a time, pervades all she says. After leaving her mistress, she called on Mrs. Gedney, mother of him who had sold her boy, who, after listening to her lamentations, her grief being mingled with indignation at the sale of her son, and her declaration that she would have him again, said, "Dear me, what a disturbance to make about your child! What, is your child better than my child? My child is gone out there, and yours is gone to live with her, to have enough of everything and be treated like a gentleman." And here she laughed at Isabella's absurd fears, as she would represent them to be. "Yes," said Isabel, "your child has gone there, but she is married, and my boy has gone as a slave, and he is too little to go so far from his mother. Oh, I must have my child." And here the continued laugh of Mrs. G. seemed to Isabel, in this time of anguish and distress, almost demoniacal. And well it was for Mrs. Gedney that, at that time, she could not even dream of the awful fate awaiting her own beloved daughter, at the hands of him whom she had chosen as worthy the wealth of her love and confidence, and in whose society her young heart had calculated on a happiness purer and more elevated than was ever conferred by a kingly crown. But alas, she was doomed to disappointment, as we shall relate by and by. At this point, Isabella earnestly begged of God that he would show to those about her that he was her helper, and she adds, in narrating, "And he did, or, if he did not show them, he did me." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 17. It is often darkest just before dawn. This homely proverb was illustrated in the case of our sufferer, for at the period at which we have arrived in our narrative, to her the darkness was palpable, and the waters of affliction covered her soul, yet light was about to break in upon her. Soon after the scenes related in our last chapter, which had harrowed up her very soul to agony, she met a man. We would like to tell you who, dear reader, but it would be doing him no kindness, even at the present day, to do so, who evidently sympathized with her and counseled her to go to the Quakers, telling her they were already feeling very indignant at the fraudulent sale of her son, and assuring her that they would readily assist her and direct her what to do. He pointed out to her 2 houses where lived some of those people who formerly, more than any other sect, perhaps, lived out the principles of the gospel of Christ. She wended her way to their dwellings, was listened to, unknown as she personally was to them, with patience, and soon gained their sympathies and active co-operation. They gave her lodgings for the night, and it is very amusing to hear her tell of the nice, high, clean, white, beautiful bed assigned her to sleep in, which contrasted so strangely with her former pallets, that she sat down and contemplated it, perfectly absorbed in, wondered that such a bed should have been appropriated to one like herself. For some time she thought that she would lie down beneath it on her unusual bedstead, the floor. "I did indeed," says she, laughing heartily at her former self. However, she finally concluded to make use of the bed, for fear that not to do so might injure the feelings of her good hostess. In the morning the Quaker saw that she was taken and set down near Kingston, with directions to go to the courthouse and enter complaint to the grand jury. By a little inquiry she found which was the building she sought, went into the door, and taking the first man she saw of imposing appearance for the grand jury, she commenced her complaint. But he very civilly informed her there was no grand jury there. She must go upstairs. When she had with some difficulty ascended the flight through the crowd that filled them, she again turned to the grandest-looking man she could select, telling him she had come to enter a complaint to the grand jury. For his own amusement he inquired what her complaint was, but when he saw it was a serious matter, he said to her, "This is no place to enter a complaint. Go in there," pointing in a particular direction. She then went in, where she found the grand jurors indeed sitting, and again commenced to relate her injuries. After holding some conversation among themselves, one of them rose, and bidding her follow him, led the way to a side office, where he heard her story, and asked her if she could swear that the child she spoke of was her son. "Yes," she answered, "I swear it's my son." "Stop, stop," said the lawyer. "You must swear by this book," giving her a book, which she thinks must have been the Bible. She took it, and putting it to her lips, began again to swear it was her child. The clerks, unable to preserve their gravity any longer, burst into an uproarious laugh, and one of them inquired of Lawyer Chip of what use it could be to make her swear. "It will answer the law," replied the officer. He then made her comprehend just what he wished to do, and she took a lawful oath, as far as the outward ceremony could make it one. All can judge how far she understood its spirit and meaning. He now gave her a writ directing her to take it to the constable at New Paltz, and have him to serve it on Solomon Gedney. She obeyed, walking, or rather trotting in her haste, some 8 or 9 miles. But while the constable, through mistake, served the writ on a brother of the real culprit, Solomon Gedney slipped into a boat, and was nearly across the North River, on whose banks they were standing. Before the dull Dutch constable was aware of his mistake, Solomon Gedney meanwhile consulted a lawyer, who advised him to go to Alabama and bring back the boy. Otherwise it might cost him 14 years' imprisonment and $1,000 in cash. By this time, it is hoped, he began to feel that selling slaves unlawfully was not so good a business as he had wished to find it. He secreted himself till due preparations could be made, and soon set sail for Alabama. Steamboats and railroads had not then annihilated distance to the extent they now have, and although he left in the fall of the year, spring came ere he returned, bringing the boy with him, but holding on to him as his property. It had ever been Isabella's prayer, not only that her son might be returned, but that he should be delivered from bondage and into her own hands, lest he should be punished out of mere spite to her, who was so greatly annoying and irritating to her oppressors. And if her suit was gained, her very triumph would add vastly to their irritation. She again sought advice of Esquire Chip, whose counsel was that the aforesaid constable serve the before-mentioned writ upon the right person. This being done, soon brought Solomon Gedney up to Kingston, where he gave bonds for his appearance at court in the sum of $600. Esquire Chip next informed his client that her case must now lie over till the next session of the court, some months in the future. The law must take its course, said he. What? Wait another court? Wait months? Said the preserving mother. Why, long before that time he can go clear off and take my child with him, no one knows where. I cannot wait. I must have him now, whilst he is to be had. Well, said the lawyer very coolly, if he puts the boy out of the way, he must pay the $600, one half of which will be yours, supposing perhaps that $300 would pay for a heap of children in the eye of a slave who never in all her life called a dollar her own. But in this instance he was mistaken in his reckoning. She assured him that she had not been seeking money, neither would money satisfy her. It was her son, and her son alone she wanted, and her son she must have. Neither could she wait court, not she. The lawyer used his every argument to convince her that she ought to be very thankful for what they had done for her, that it was a great deal, and it was but reasonable that she should wait patiently the time of the court. Yet she never felt for a moment like being influenced by these suggestions. She felt confident she was to receive a full and literal answer to her prayer, the burden of which had been, O Lord, give my son into my hands, and that speedily. Let not the spoilers have him any longer. Notwithstanding, she very distinctly saw that those who had thus far helped her on so kindly were wearied of her, and she feared God was wearied also. She had a short time previous learned that Jesus was a Savior and an intercessor, and she thought that if Jesus could be but induced to plead for her in the present trial, God would listen to him, though he were wearied of her importunities. To him, of course, she applied as she was walking about, scarcely knowing whither she went, asking within herself, who will show me any good and lend a helping hand in this matter? She was accosted by a perfect stranger, and one whose name she has never learned, in the following terms: "Hello there! How do you get along with your boy? Do they give him up to you?" She told him all, adding that now everybody was tired, and she had none to help her. He said, "Look here, I'll tell you what you'd better do. Do you see that stone house yonder?" pointing in a particular direction. "Well, Lawyer Damien lives there, and do you go to him and lay your case before him. I think he'll help you. Stick to him. Don't give him peace till he does. I feel sure if you Press him. He'll do it for you." She needed no further urging, but trotted off at her peculiar gait in the direction of his house as fast as possible, and she was not encumbered with stockings, shoes, or any other heavy article of dress. When she had told him her story in her impassioned manner, he looked at her a few moments, as if to ascertain if he were contemplating a new variety of the genus homo, and then told her if she would give him $5, he would get her son for her in 24 hours. "Why," she replied, "I have no money, and never had $1 in my life." Said he, "If you will go to those Quakers in Poppletown who carried you to court, they will help you to $5 in cash, I have no doubt, and you shall have your son in 24 hours from the time you bring me that sum." She performed the journey to Poppletown, a distance of some 10 miles, very expeditiously, collected considerable more than the sum specified by the barrister. Then, shutting the money tightly in her hand, she trotted back, and paid the lawyer a larger fee than he had demanded. When inquired of by people what she had done with the overplus, she answered, "Oh, I got it for Lawyer Damien, and I gave it to him." They assured her she was a fool to do so, that she should have kept all over $5, and purchased herself shoes with it. "Oh, I do not want money or clothes now. I only want my son, and if $5 will get him, more will surely get him." And if the lawyer had returned it to her, she avers she would not have accepted it. She was perfectly willing he should have every coin she could raise if he would but restore her lost son to her. Moreover, the $5 he required were for the remuneration of him who should go after her son and his master, and not for his own services. The lawyer now renewed his promise that she should have her son in 24 hours. But Isabella, having no idea of this space of time, went several times a day to ascertain if her son had come. Once, when the servant opened the door and saw her, she said in a tone expressive of much surprise, "Why, this woman comes again." She then wondered if she went too often. When the lawyer appeared, he told her the 24 hours would not expire till the next morning. If she would call, then she would see her son. The next morning saw Isabella at the lawyer's door, while he was yet in his bed. He now assured her it was morning till noon, and that before noon her son would be there, for he had sent the famous Matthias after him, who would not fail to have the boy and his master on hand in due season, either dead or alive. Of that he was sure, telling her she need not come again. He would himself inform her of their arrival. After dinner he appeared at Mr. Rutzer's, a place the lawyer had procured for her, while she awaited the arrival of her boy, assuring her her son had come, but that he stoutly denied having any mother or any relatives in that place, and said she must go over and identify him. She went to the office, but at sight of her the boy cried aloud and regarded her as some terrible being who was about to take him away from a kind and loving friend. He knelt even and begged them with tears not to take him away from his dear master, who had brought him from the dreadful South and been so kind to him. When he was questioned relative to the bad scar on his forehead, he said Fowler's horse hove him, and of the one on his cheek, that was done by running against the courage. In answering these questions, he looked imploringly at his master, as much as to say, "If these are falsehoods, you bade me say them. May they be satisfactory to you at least." The justice, noting his appearance, bade him forget his master and attend only to him. But the boy persisted in denying his mother and clinging to his master, saying his mother did not live in such a place as that. However, they allowed the mother to identify her son, and Esquire Damon pleaded that he claimed the boy for her on the ground that he had been sold out of the state, contrary to the laws in such cases made and provided, spoke of the penalties annexed to said crime, and of the sum of money the delinquent was to pay, in case any one chose to persecute him for the offense he had committed. Isabella, who was sitting in a corner, scarcely daring to breathe, thought within herself, "If I can but get the boy, the $200 may remain for whoever else chooses to prosecute. I have done enough to make myself enemies already," and she trembled at the thought of the formidable enemies she had probably arrayed against herself, helpless and despised as she was. When the pleading was at end, Isabel understood the judge to declare as the sentence of the court that the boy be delivered into the hands of the mother, having no other master, no other controller, no other conductor but his mother. This sentence was obeyed. He was delivered into her hands, the boy meanwhile begging most piteously not to be taken from his dear master, saying she was not his mother, and that his mother did not live in such a place as that. And it was some time before Lawyer Damon, the clerks, and Isabella could collectively succeed in calming the child's fears and in convincing him that Isabella was not some terrible monster, as he had for the last months probably been trained to believe, and who, in taking him away from his master, was taking him from all good and consigning him to all evil. When at last kind words and bonbons had quieted his fears, he could listen to their explanations. He said to Isabella, "Well, you do look like my mother used to," and she was soon able to make him comprehend some of the obligations he was under and the relation he stood in, both to herself and his master. She commenced, as soon as practicable, to examine the boy, and found, to her utter astonishment, that from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot, the callosities and indurations of his entire body were most frightful to behold. His back she described as being like her fingers, and she laid them side by side. "Heavens, what is all this?" said Isabella. He answered, "It is where Fowler whipped, kicked, and beat me." She exclaimed, "O Lord Jesus, look, see my poor child, O Lord. Render unto them double for all this, O my God. Pete, how did you bear it?" "Oh, this is nothing, mammy. if you should see Phyllis, I guess you'd scare. She had a little baby, and Fowler cut her till the milk as well as blood ran down her body. You would scare to see Phyllis, Mammy." When Isabella inquired, "What did Miss Eliza say, Pete, when you were treated so badly?" he replied, "Oh, Mammy, she says she wished I was with Belle. Sometimes I crawled under the stoop, Mammy, the blood running all about me, and my back would stick to the boards, and sometimes Miss Eliza would come and grease my sores when all were abed and asleep." Note: Miss Eliza means Mrs. Eliza Fowler. End of chapter 17. Recording by Simon Wainwright. Chapter 18 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 18. Death of Mrs. Eliza Fowler. As soon as possible she procured a place for Peter as tender of locks at a place called Wakendall, near Greenkills. After he was thus disposed of, she visited her sister Sophia, who resided at Newburgh, and spent the winter in several different families where she was acquainted. She remained some time in the family of Mr. Latin, who was a relative of Solomon Gedney, and the latter, when he found Isabel with his cousin, used all his influence to persuade him she was a great mischief-maker and a very troublesome person, that she had put him to some hundreds of dollars' expense by fabricating lies about him, and especially his sister and her family, concerning her boy, when the latter was living so like a gentleman with them, and for his part he would not advise his friends to harbor or encourage her. However, his cousins, the Latins, could not see with the eyes of his feelings, and consequently his words fell powerless on them, and they retained her in their service as long as they had aught for her to do. She then went to visit her former master, Dumont. She had scarcely arrived there when Fred Waring entered, and seeing Isabel, pleasantly accosted her and asked her what she was driving at nowadays. On her answering nothing particular, he requested her to go over to his place and assist his folks, as some of them were sick, and they needed an extra hand. She very gladly assented. When Mr. W. retired, her master wanted to know why she wished to help people that called her the worst of devils, as Mr. Waring had done in the courthouse, for he was the uncle of Solomon Gedney, and attended the trial we have described, and declared that she was a fool, too. He wouldn't do it. Oh, she told him she would not mind that, but was very glad to have people forget their anger towards her. She went over, but too happy to feel that their resentment was past, and commenced her work with a light heart and a strong will. She had not worked long in this frame of mind before a young daughter of Mr. Waring rushed into the rooms, exclaiming with uplifted hands, "Heavens and earth, Isabella! Fowler's murdered cousin Eliza." "Oh," said Isabel, "that's nothing. He liked to have killed my child. Nothing saved him but God," meaning that she was not at all surprised at it, for a man whose heart was sufficiently hardened to treat a mere child as hers had been treated was, in her opinion, more fiend than human, and prepared for the commission of any crime that his passions might prompt him to. The child further informed her that a letter had arrived by mail bringing the news. Immediately after this announcement, Solomon Gedney and his mother came in, going direct to Mrs. Waring's room, where she soon heard tones as of someone reading. She thought something said to her inwardly, "Go upstairs and hear." At first she hesitated, but it seemed to press her the more. Go up and hear. She went up, unusual as it was for slaves to leave their work and enter unbidden their mistress's room, for the sole purpose of seeing or hearing what may be seen or heard there. But on this occasion, Isabella says, she walked in at the door, shut it, placed her back against it, and listened. She saw them and heard them read. He knocked her down with his fist, jumped on her with his knees, broke her collarbone, and tore her windpipe. He then attempted his escape, but was pursued and arrested, and put in an iron bank for safe keeping. And the friends were requested to go down and take away the poor innocent children who had thus been made in one short day more than orphans. If this narrative should ever meet the eye of those innocent sufferers for another's guilt, let them not be too deeply affected by the relation, but, placing their confidence in Him who sees the end from the beginning and controls the results, rest secure in the faith that although they may physically suffer for the sins of others, if they remain but true to themselves, their highest and more enduring interest can never suffer from such a cause. This relation should be suppressed for their sakes, were it not even now so often denied that slavery is fast undermining all true regard for human life. We know this one instance is not demonstration to the contrary, but adding this to the list of tragedies that weekly come up to us from the Southern mails. May we not admit them as proofs irrefragable? The newspapers confirmed this account of the terrible affair. When Isabella had heard the letter, all being too much absorbed in their own feelings to take note of her, she returned to her work, her heart swelling with conflicting emotions. She was awed at the dreadful deed. She mourned the fate of the loved ELIZA, who had in such an undeserved and barbarous manner been put away from her labors and watchings as a tender mother. And last, though not least, in the development of her character and spirit, her heart bled for the afflicted relatives, even those of them who laughed at her calamity and mocked when her fear came. Her thoughts dwelt long and intently on the subject and the wonderful chain of events that had conspired to bring her to that day, to that house, to listen to that piece of intelligence, to that house, where she never was before or afterwards in her life, and invited there by people who had so lately been hotly incensed against her. It all seemed very remarkable to her, and she viewed it as flowing from a special providence of God. She thought she saw clearly that their unnatural bereavement was a blow dealt in retributive justice, but she found it not in her heart to exult or rejoice over them. She felt as if God had more than answered her petition when she ejaculated in her anguish of mind, "O Lord, render unto them double." She said, "I dared not find fault with God exactly, but the language of my heart was, 'Oh my God, that's too much. I did not mean quite so much. God, it was a terrible blow to the friends of the deceased and her selfish mother who," said Isabella, "made such a to-do about her boy, not from affection, but to have her own will and way, went deranged, and walking to and fro in her delirium, called aloud for her poor murdered daughter, 'Eliza, Eliza.'" The derangement of Mrs. G. was a matter of hearsay, as Isabella saw her not after the trial, but she has no reason to doubt the truth of what she heard. Isabel could never learn the subsequent fate of Fowler, but heard in the spring of '49 that his children had been seen in Kingston, one of whom was spoken of as a fine, interesting girl, albeit a halo of sadness fell like a veil about her. End of chapter 18. Recording by Simon Wainwright. Chapter 19 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 19. Isabella's Religious Experience. We will now turn from the outward and temporal to the inward and spiritual life of our subject. It is ever both interesting and instructive to trace the exercises of a human mind through the trials and mysteries of life, and especially a naturally powerful mind, left as hers was almost entirely to its own workings, and the chance influences it met on its way, and especially to note its reception of that divine light that lighteth every man that cometh into the world. We see, as knowledge dawns upon it, truth and error strangely commingled, here a bright spot illuminated by truth, and there one darkened and distorted by error, and the state of such a soul may be compared to a landscape at early dawn, where the sun is seen superbly gilding some objects and causing others to send forth their lengthened, distorted, and sometimes hideous shadows. Her mother, as we have already said, talked to her of God. From these conversations, her incipient mind drew the conclusion that God was a great man, greatly superior to other men in power, and being located high in the sky, could see all that transpired on the earth. She believed he not only saw, but noted down all her actions in a great book, even as her master kept a record of whatever he wished not to forget. But she had no idea that God knew a thought of hers till she had uttered it aloud. As we have before mentioned, she had ever been mindful of her mother's injunctions, spreading out in detail all her troubles before God, imploring and firmly trusting Him to send her deliverance from them. Whilst yet a child, she listened to a story of a wounded soldier left alone in the trail of a flying army, helpless and starving, who hardened the very ground about him with kneeling in his supplications to God for relief until it arrived. From this narrative she was deeply impressed with the idea that if she also were to present her petitions under the open canopy of heaven, speaking very loud, she should the more readily be heard. Consequently, she sought a fitting spot for this, her rural sanctuary. The place she selected in which to offer up her daily oraisons was a small island in a small stream, covered with large willow shrubbery, beneath which the sheep had made their pleasant winding paths, and sheltering themselves from the scorching rays of a noontide sun, luxuriated in the cool shadows of the graceful willows as they listened to the tiny falls of the silver waters. It was a lonely spot, and chosen by her for its beauty, its retirement, and because she thought that there, in the noise of those waters, she could speak louder to God, without being overheard by any who might pass that way. When she had made choice of her sanctum, at a point of the island where the stream met, after having been separated, she improved it by pulling away the branches of the shrubs from the center and weaving them together for a wall on the outside, forming a circular arched alcove, made entirely of the graceful willow. To this place she resorted daily, and in pressing times much more frequently. At this time her prayers, or more appropriately talks with God, were perfectly original and unique, and would be well worth preserving were it possible to give the tones and manners with the words, but no adequate idea of them can be written while the tones and manner remain inexpressible. She would sometimes repeat "Our Father in heaven" in her Low Dutch, as taught her by her mother. After that, all was from the suggestions of her own rude mind. She related to God in minute detail all her troubles and sufferings, inquiring as she proceeded, "Do you think that's right, God?" and closed by begging to be delivered from the evil, whatever it might be. She talked to God as familiarly as if he had been a creature like herself, and 1,000 times more so than if she had been in the presence of some earthly potentate. She demanded, with little expenditure of reverence or fear, a supply of all her more pressing wants, and at times her demands approached very near to commands. She felt as if God was under obligation to her, much more than she was to him. He seemed, to her benighted vision, in some manner bound to do her bidding. Her heart recoils now with very dread when she recalls those shocking, almost blasphemous conversations with great Jehovah. And well for herself did she deem it, that, unlike earthly potentates, her infinite character combined the tender Father with the omniscient and omnipotent Creator of the universe. She at first commenced promising God that if he would help her out of all her difficulties, she would pay him by being very good, and this goodness she intended as a remuneration to God. She could think of no benefit that was to accrue to herself or her fellow creatures. from her leading a life of purity and generous self-sacrifice for the good of others, as far as any but God was concerned, she saw nothing in it but heart-trying penance, sustained by the sternest exertion, and this she soon found much more easily promised than performed. Days wore away, new trials came, God's aid was invoked, and the same promises repeated, and every successive night found her part of the contract unfulfilled. She now began to excuse herself by telling God she could not be good in her present circumstances, but if he would give her a new place and a good master and mistress, she could and would be good. And she expressly stipulated that she would be good one day to show God how good she would be all of the time, when he should surround her with the right influences, and she should be delivered from the temptations that then so sorely beset her. But, alas, when night came, and she became conscious that she had yielded to all her temptations, and entirely failed of keeping her word with God, having prayed and promised 1 hour, and fallen into the sins of anger and profanity the next, mortifying reflection weighed on her mind and blunted her enjoyment. Still, she did not lay it deeply to heart, but continued to repeat her demands for aid and her promises of pay with full purpose of heart. At each particular time that day would not fail to keep her plighted word. Thus perished the inward spark like a flame, just igniting when one waits to see whether it will burn on or die out, till the long-desired change came, and she found herself in a new place, with a new mistress, and one who never instigated an otherwise kind master to be unkind to her. In short, a place where she had literally nothing to complain of, and where, for a time, she was more happy than she could well express. Oh, everything there was so pleasant and kind and good, and so comfortable, enough of everything indeed. It was beautiful, she exclaimed. Here, at Mr. Van Wagener's, as the reader will readily perceive, she must have been. She was so happy and satisfied that God was entirely forgotten. Why should her thoughts turn to him who was only known to her as a help in trouble? She had no trouble now. Her every prayer had been answered in every minute particular. She had been delivered from her persecutors and temptations. Her youngest child had been given her, and the others she knew she had no means of sustaining if she had them with her, and was content to leave them behind. Their father was much older than Isabel, and who preferred serving his time out in slavery to the trouble and dangers of the course she pursued, remained with, and could keep an eye on them, though it is comparatively little that they can do for each other while they remain in slavery. And this little the slave, like persons in every other situation of life, is not always disposed to perform. There are slaves who, copying the selfishness of their superiors in power in their conduct toward their fellows, who may be thrown upon their mercy by infirmity or illness, allow them to suffer for want of that kindness and care which it is fully in their power to render them. The slaves in this country have ever been allowed to celebrate the principal, if not some of the lesser festivals observed by the Catholics and the Church of England, many of them not being required to do the least service for several days, and at Christmas They have almost universally entire week to themselves, except perhaps the attending to a few duties, which are absolutely required for the comfort of the families they belong to. If much service is desired, they are hired to do it, and paid for it as if they were free. The more sober portion of them spend these holidays in earning a little money. Most of them visit and attend parties and balls, and not a few of them spend it in the lowest dissipation. This respite from toil is granted them for all religionists of whatever persuasion, and probably originated from the fact that many of the first slaveholders were members of the Church of England. Frederick Douglass, who has devoted his great heart and noble talents entirely to the furtherance of the cause of his downtrodden race, has said, "From what I know of the effect of their holidays upon the slave, I believe them to be among the most effective means in the hands of the slaveholder in keeping down the spirit of insurrection. Were the slaveholders at once to abandon this practice, I have not the slightest doubt it would lead to an immediate insurrection among the slaves. These holidays serve as conductors of safety valves to carry off the rebellious spirit of enslaved humanity. But for these, the slave would be forced up to the wildest desperation, and woe betide the slaveholder the day he ventures to remove or hinder the operation of those conductors. I warn him that in such an event a spirit will go forth in their midst more to be dreaded than the most appalling earthquake." When Isabella had been at Mr. Van Wagener's a few months, she saw in prospect one of the festivals approaching. She knows it by none but the Dutch name, Pinkster, as she calls it, but I think it must have been Whitsuntide in English. She says she looked back into Egypt, and everything looked so pleasant there, as she saw retrospectively all her former companions enjoying their freedom for at least a little space, as well as their wonted convivialities, and in her heart she longed to be with them. With this picture before her mind's eye, she contrasted the quiet, peaceful life she was living with the excellent people of Wakendal, and it seemed so dull and void of incident that the very contrast served but to heighten her desire to return, that at least she might enjoy with them once more the coming festivities. These feelings had occupied a secret corner of her breast for some time, when one morning she told Mrs. Van Wagener that her old master, Dumont, would come that day, and that she should go home with him on his return. They expressed some surprise, and asked her where she obtained her information. She replied that no one had told her, but she felt that it would come. It seemed to have been one of those events that cast their shadows before, for before night Mr. Dumont made his appearance. She informed him of her intention to accompany him home. He answered with a smile, "I shall not take you back again. You ran away from me." Thinking his manner contradicted his words, she did not feel repulsed, but made herself and child ready, and when her former master had seated himself in the open Dearborn, she walked towards it, intending to place herself and child in the rear and go with him. But ere she reached the vehicle, she says that God revealed himself to her with all the suddenness of a flash of lightning, showing her in the twinkling of an eye that he was in all over, that he pervaded the universe, and that there was no place where God was not. She became instantly conscious of her great sin in forgetting her almighty friend and ever-present help in time of trouble. All her unfulfilled promises arose before her like a vexed sea, whose waves run mountains high, and her soul, which seemed but one mass of lies, shrunk back aghast from the awful look of him whom she had formerly talked to as if he had been a being like herself. And she would now fain have hid herself in the bowels of the earth to have escaped his dread presence. But she plainly saw there was no place, not even in hell, where he was not. And where could she flee? Another such a look as she expressed it, and she felt that she must be extinguished forever, even as one with the breath of his mouth blows out a lamp so that no spark remains. A dire dread of annihilation now seized her, and she waited to see if by another look she was to be stricken from existence, swallowed up even as the fire licked up the oil with which it comes in contact. When at last the second look came not, and her attention was once more called to outward things, she observed her master had left, and exclaiming aloud, "O God, I did not know you were so big," walked into the house and made an effort to resume her work. But the workings of the inward man were too absorbing to admit of such attention to her avocations. She desired to talk to God, but her vileness utterly forbade it, and she was not able to prefer a petition. "What," she said, "shall I lie again to God? I have told him nothing but lies, and shall I speak again and tell another lie to God?" She could not, and now she began to wish for someone to speak to God for her. Then a space seemed opening between her and God, and she felt that if someone who was worthy in the sight of heaven would but plead for her in their own name, and not let God know it came from her who was so unworthy, God might grant it. At length a friend appeared to stand between herself and an insulted deity, and she felt as sensibly refreshed as when on a hot day an umbrella had been interposed between her scorching head and a burning sun. But who was this friend? Became the next inquiry. Was it Denicia, who had so often befriended her? She looked at her with her new power of sight, and lo, she too seemed all bruises and putrefying sores like herself. No, it was someone very different from Denicia. "Who are you?" she exclaimed, as the vision brightened into a form distinct, beaming with the beauty of holiness and radiant with love. She then said audibly, addressing the mysterious visitant, "I know you, and I don't know you," meaning, "You seem perfectly familiar. I feel that you not only love me, but that you always have loved me. Yet I know you not. I cannot call you by name." When she said, "I know you," the subject of the vision remained distinct and quiet. When she said, "I don't know you," it moved restlessly about like agitated waters. So while she repeated without intermission, "I know you, I know you," that the vision might remain, "Who are you?" was the cry of her heart, and her whole soul was in one deep prayer that this heavenly personage might be revealed to her and remain with her. At length, after bending both soul and body with the intensity of this desire, till breath and strength seemed failing, and she could maintain her position no longer. An answer came to her, saying distinctly, "It is Jesus." "Yes," she responded, "it is Jesus." Previously to these exercises of mind, she heard Jesus mentioned in readings or speaking, but had received from what she heard no impression that he was any other than an eminent man, like a Washington or Lafayette. Now he appeared to her delighted mental vision as so mild, so good, and so every way lovely. And he loved her so much. And how strange that he had always loved her, and she had never known it. And how great a blessing he conferred in that he should stand between her and God. And God was no longer a terror and a dread to her. She stopped, not to argue the point, even in her own mind, whether he had reconciled her to God or God to herself, though she thinks the former now, being but too happy that God was no longer to her as a consuming fire, and Jesus was altogether lovely. Her heart was now full of joy and gladness, as it had been of terror, and at one time of despair. In the light of her great happiness, the world was clad in new beauty. The very air sparkled as with diamonds, and was redolent of heaven. She contemplated the unapproachable barriers that existed between herself and the great of this world, as the world calls greatness, and made surprising comparisons between them and the union existing between herself and Jesus. Jesus, the transcendently lovely, as well as great and powerful, for so he appeared to her, though he seemed but human. And she watched for his bodily appearance, feeling that she should know him if she saw him, and when he came she would go and dwell with him as with a dear friend. It was not given to her to see that he loved any other, and she thought if others came to know and love him as she did, she should be thrust aside and forgotten, being herself but a poor ignorant slave, with little to recommend her to his notice. And when she heard him spoken of, she said mentally, "What? Others know Jesus? I thought no one knew Jesus but me." And she felt a sort of jealousy, lest she should be robbed of her newly found treasure. She conceived one day, as she listened to reading, that she heard in intimation that Jesus was married, and hastily inquired if Jesus had a wife. "What?" said the reader. "God have a wife? Is Jesus God?" inquired Isabella. "Yes, to be sure he is," was the answer returned. From this time her conceptions of Jesus became more elevated and spiritual, and she sometimes spoke of him as God in accordance with the teaching she had received. But when she was simply told that the Christian world was much divided on the subject of Christ's nature, some believing him to be co-equal with the Father, to be God in and of himself, very God, of very God, some that he is the well-beloved, only begotten Son of God, and others that he is, or was rather, but a mere man. She said, "Of that I only know as I saw. I did not see him to be God, else how could he stand between me and God? I saw him as a friend, standing between me and God, through whom love flowed as from a fountain. Now, so far from expressing her views of Christ's character and office in accordance with any system of theology extant, she says she believes Jesus is the same Spirit that was in our first parents, Adam and Eve, in the beginning, when they came from the hand of their Creator. When they sinned through disobedience, this pure Spirit forsook them and fled to heaven. That there it remained until it returned again in the person of Jesus, and that previous to a personal union with him, man is but a brute, possessing only the spirit of an animal. She avers that in her darkest hours she had no fear of any worse hell than the one she had carried in her bosom, though it had ever been pictured to her in its deepest colors, and threatened her as a reward for all her misdemeanors, her vileness, and God's holiness, and all-pervading presence, which filled immensity and threatened her with constant annihilation, composed the burden of her vision of terror. Her faith in prayer is equal to her faith in the love of Jesus. Her language is, let others say what they will of the efficacy of prayer. I believe in it, and I shall pray. Thank God. Yes, I shall always pray, she exclaims, putting her hands together with the greatest enthusiasm. For some time subsequent to the happy change we have spoken of, Isabella's prayers partook largely of their former character, and while in deep affliction she labored for the recovery of her son. She prayed with constancy and fervor, and the following may be taken as a specimen. O God, you know how much I am distressed, for I have told you again and again. Now, God, help me get my son. If you were in trouble as I am, and I could help you as you can help me, think I wouldn't do it? Yes, God, you know I would do it. Oh, God, you know I have no money, but you can make the people do for me, and you must make the people do for me. I will never give you peace until you do. God, oh God, make the people hear me. Don't let them turn me off without hearing and helping me. And she has not a particular of doubt that God heard her, and especially disposed the hearts of thoughtless clerks, eminent lawyers, and grave judges, and others between whom and herself there seemed to her almost an infinite remove, to listen to her suit with patience and respectful attention, backing it up with all needed aid. The sense of her nothingness in the eyes of those with whom she contended for her rights sometimes fell on her like a heavy weight, which nothing but her unwavering confidence in an arm which she believed to be stronger than all others combined could have raised from her sinking spirit. Oh, how little did I feel, she repeated with a powerful emphasis. Neither would you wonder if you could have seen me in my ignorance and destitution, trotting about the streets, meanly clad, bareheaded and barefooted. Oh, God only could have made such people hear me. And he did it in answer to my prayers. And this perfect trust, based on the rock of deity, was a soul-protecting fortress, which, raising her above the battlements of fear and shielding her from the machinations of the enemy, impelled her onward in the struggle till the foe was vanquished and the victory gained. We have now seen Isabella, her youngest daughter, and her only son in possession of at least their nominal freedom. It has been said that the freedom of the most free of the colored people of this country is but nominal. But stinted and limited as it is, at best it is an immense remove from chattel slavery. This fact is disputed, I know, but I have no confidence in the honesty of such questionings. If they are made in sincerity, I honor not the judgment that thus decides. Her husband, quite advanced in age and infirm of health, was emancipated with the balance of the adult slaves of the state, according to law, the following summer, July 4th, 1828. For a few years after this event he was able to earn a scanty living, and when he failed to do that, he was dependent on the world's cold charity, and died in a poorhouse. Isabella and herself and 2 children to provide for, her wages were trifling, for at that time the wages of females were at a small advance from nothing, and she doubtless had to learn the first elements of economy, for what slaves that were never allowed to make any stipulations or calculations for themselves ever possessed an adequate idea of the true value of time, or in fact of any material thing in the universe. To such prudent using is meanness and saving, in a word, to be sneered at. Of course, it was not in her power to make to herself a home around whose sacred hearth stone she could collect her family. As they gradually emerged from their prison house of bondage, a home where she could cultivate their affection, administer to their wants, and instill into the opening minds of her children those principles of virtue and that love of purity, truth, and benevolence which must forever form the foundation of a life of usefulness and happiness. No, all this was far beyond her power or means, in more senses than one, and it should be taken into account whenever a comparison is instituted between the progress made by her children in virtue, and where good influences cluster and bad ones are carefully excluded, where line upon line and precept upon precept are daily brought to their quotidian tasks, and where, in short, every appliance is brought in requisition that self-denying parents can bring to bear on one of the dearest objects of a parent's life, the promotion of the welfare of their children. But God forbid that this suggestion should be wrested from its original intent and made to shield anyone from merited rebuke. Isabella's children are now of an age to know good from evil, and may easily inform themselves on any point where they may yet be in doubt. And if they now suffer themselves to be drawn by temptation into the paths of the destroyer, or forget what is due to the mother who has done and suffered so much for them, and who, now that she is descending into the vale of years and feels her health and strength declining, will turn her expecting eyes to them for aid and comfort, just as instinctively as the child turns its confiding eye to its fond parent when it seeks for succor or sympathy. For it is now their turn to do the work and bear the burdens of life, so all must bear them in turn as the wheel of life rolls on. If I say they forget this, their duty and their happiness, and pursue an opposite course of sin and folly, they must lose the respect of the wise and good, and find, when too late, that the way of the transgressor is hard. End of chapter 19. Recording by Simon. Wainwright.
Chapter 20 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Thompson. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth, Chapter 20, New Trials. The reader will pardon this passing homily while we return to our narrative. We were saying that the daydreams of Isabella and her husband, the plan they drew of what they would do and the comforts they ought to have when they should obtain their freedom and a little home of their own, had all turned to thin air by the postponement of their freedom to so late a day. These delusive hopes were never to be realized, and a new set of trials was gradually to open before her. These were the heart-wasting trials of watching over her children scattered and imminently exposed to the temptations of the adversary, with few, if any, fixed principles to sustain them. "Oh," she says, "how little did I know myself of the best way to instruct and counsel them. Yet I did the best I then knew when with them. I took them to religious meetings. I talked to and prayed for and with them. When they did wrong, I scolded at and whipped them." Isabella and her son had been free about a year when they went to reside in the city of New York, a place which she would doubtless have avoided could she have foreseen what was there in store for her. For this view into the future would have taught her what she only learned by bitter experience, that the baneful influences going up from such a city were not the best helps to education, commenced as the education of her children had been. Her son Peter was, at the time of which we are speaking, just at that age when no lad should be subjected to the temptations of such a place. Unprotected as he was, save by the feeble arm of a mother, herself a servant there, he was growing up to be a tall, well-formed, active lad of quick perceptions, mild and cheerful in his disposition, with much that was open, generous, and winning about him, but with little power to withstand temptation, and a ready ingenuity to provide himself with ways and means to carry out his plans, and conceal from his mother and her friends all such as he knew would not meet their approbation. As will be readily believed, he was soon drawn into a circle of associates who did not improve either his habits or his morals. 2 years passed before Isabella knew what character Peter was establishing for himself among his low and worthless comrades, passing under the assumed name of Peter Williams, and she began to feel a parent's pride in the promising appearance of her only son. But alas, this pride and pleasure were shortly dissipated, as distressing facts relative to him came one by one to her astonished ear. A friend of Isabella's, a lady, who was much pleased with the good humor, ingenuity, and open confessions of Peter, when driven into a corner, and who, she said, was so smart he ought to have an education, if anyone ought, paid $10 as tuition fee for him to attend a navigation school. But Peter, little inclined to spend his leisure hours in study, when he might be enjoying himself in the dance or otherwise, with his boon companions, went regularly and made some plausible excuses to the teacher, who received them as genuine, along with the $10 of misses. And while his mother and her friend believed him improving at school, he was, to their latent sorrow, improving in a very different place or places, and on entirely opposite principles. They also procured him an excellent place as a coachman, but wanting money, he sold his livery and other things belonging to his master, who, having conceived a kind regard for him, considered his youth, prevented the law from falling with all its rigor upon his head. Still, he continued to abuse his privileges, and to involve himself in repeated difficulties, from which his mother as often extricated him. At each time she talked much, and reasoned, and remonstrated with him, and he would, with such perfect frankness, lay open his whole soul to her, telling her he had never intended doing harm, how he had been led along little by little till before he was aware he found himself in trouble, how he had tried to be good, and how, when he would have been so, evil was present with him. Indeed, he knew not how it was. His mother, beginning to feel that the city was no place for him, urged his going to sea, and would have shipped him on board a man-of-war,
but Peter was not disposed to consent to that proposition while the city and its pleasures were accessible to him. Isabella now became a prey to distressing fears, dreading lest the next day or hour come fraught with the report of some dreadful crime, committed or abetted by her son. She thanks the Lord for sparing her that giant sorrow, as all his wrongdoings never ranked higher in the eye of the law than misdemeanors. But as she could see no improvement in Peter, as a last resort she resolved to leave him for a time unassisted, to bear the penalty of his conduct and see what effect that would have on him. In the trial hour she remained firm in her resolution. Peter again fell into the hands of the police and sent for his mother as usual, but she went not to his relief. In his extremity he sent for Peter Williams, a respectable colored barber whose name he had been wearing, and who sometimes helped young culprits out of their troubles, and sent them from city dangers by shipping them on board of whaling vessels. The curiosity of this man was awakened by the culprits bearing his own name. He went to the Tombs and inquired into his case, but could not believe what Peter told him respecting his mother and family. Yet he redeemed him, and Peter promised to leave New York in a vessel that was to sail in the course of a week. He went to see his mother and informed her of what had happened to him. She listened incredulously, as to an idle tale. He asked her to go with him and see for herself. She went, giving no credence to his story, till she found herself in the presence of Mr. Williams, and heard him saying to her, "I am very glad I have assisted your son. He stood in great need of sympathy and assistance, but I could not think he had such a mother here, although he assured me he had." Isabella's great trouble now was a fear lest her son should deceive his benefactor, and be missing when the vessel sailed. But he begged her earnestly to trust him, for he had said he had resolved to do better, and meant to abide by the resolve. Isabella's heart gave her no peace till the time of sailing, when Peter sent Mr. Williams and another messenger whom she knew, to tell her he had sailed. But for a month afterwards she looked to see him emerging from some by-place in the city and appearing before her. So afraid was she that he was still unfaithful and doing wrong. But he did not appear, and at length she believed him really gone. He left in the summer of 1839, and his friends heard nothing further from him till his mother received the following letter, dated October 17th, 1840. My dear and beloved mother, I take this opportunity to write to you and inform you that I am well, and in hopes for to find you the same. I am got on board the same unlucky ship done of Nantucket. I am sorry for to say that I have been punished once severely by shoving my head in the fire for other folks. We have had bad luck, but in hopes to have better. We have about 2:30 on board, but in hopes, if don't have good luck, that my parents will receive me with thanks. I would like to know how my sisters are. Does my cousins live in New York yet? Have you got my letter? If not, inquire to Mr. Pierce Whiting's. I wish you would write me an answer as soon as possible. I am your only son, that is so far from your home in the wide briny ocean. I have seen more of the world than ever I expected, and if I ever should return home safe, I will tell you all my troubles and hardships. Mother, I hope you do not forget me, your dear and only son. I should like to know how Sophia and Betsy and Hannah come on. I hope you all will forgive me for all that I have done. Your son, Peter Van Wagner. Another letter reads as follows, dated March 22, 1841. My dear Mother, I take this opportunity to write to you and inform you that I have been well and in good health. I have wrote you a letter before, but have received no answer from you, and was very anxious to see you. I hope to see you in a short time. I have had very hard luck, but are in hopes to have better in time to come. I should like if my sisters are well and all the people round the neighborhood. I expect to be home in 22 months or thereabouts. I have seen Samuel Ladderett. Beware, there has happened very bad news to tell you that Peter Jackson is dead. He died within 2 days' sail of Otaheite, one of the Society Islands. The Peter Jackson that used to live at Ladderett's, he died on board the ship Dun of Nantucket, Captain Miller, in the latitude 1553 and longitude 148:30 west. I have no more to say at present, but write as soon as possible. Your only son, Peter Van Wagner. Another, containing the last intelligence she has had from her son, reads as follows, and was dated September 19, 1841. Dear Mother, I take the opportunity to write to you and inform you that I am well and in good health, and in hopes to find you in the same. This is the 5th letter that I have wrote to you and have received no answer, and it makes me very uneasy. So pray write as quick as you can, and tell me how all the people is about the neighborhood. We are out from home 23 months, and in hope to be home in 15 months. I have not much to say, but tell me if you have been up home since I left or not. I want to know what sort of a time is at home. We had very bad luck when we first came out, but since we have had very good. So I am in hopes to do well yet. But if I don't do well, you need not expect me home these 5 years. So write as quick as you can, won't you? So now I'm going to put an end to my writing at present. Notice, when this you see, remember me and place me in your mind. Get me to my home that's in the far distant west, to the scenes of my childhood that I like the best. There the tall cedars grow and the bright waters flow, where my parents will greet me, white man, let me go. Let me go to the spot where the cataract plays, where oft I have sported in my boyish days. And there is my poor mother, whose heart ever flows at the side of her poor child. To her, let me go, let me go. Your only son, Peter Van Wagner. Since the date of the last letter, Isabella has heard no tidings from her long-absent son, though ardently does her mother's heart long for such tidings, as her thoughts follow him round the world, in his perilous vocation, saying within herself, He is good now, I have no doubt. I feel sure that he has persevered and kept the resolve he made before he left home. He seemed so different before he went, so determined to do better. His letters are inserted here for preservation in case they prove the last she ever hears from him in this world. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Michelle Thompson. Chapter 21 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Thompson, The Narrative of Sojourner Truth, by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth, Chapter 21, Finding a Brother and Sister. When Isabella had obtained the freedom of her son, she remained in Kingston, where she had been drawn by the judicial process about a year, during which time she became a member of the Methodist Church there. And when she went to New York, she took a letter missive from that church to the Methodist Church in John Street. Afterward, she withdrew her connection with that church and joined Zion's Church in Church Street, composed entirely of colored people. With the latter church she remained until she went to reside with Mr. Pearson, after which she was gradually drawn into the kingdom set up by the prophet Matthias, in the name of God the Father, for he said the Spirit of God the Father dwelt in him. While Isabella was in New York, her sister Sophia came from Newburgh to reside in the former place. Isabella had been favored with occasional interviews with this sister, although at one time she lost sight of her for the space of 17 years, almost the entire period of her being at Mr. Dumont's. And when she appeared before her again, handsomely dressed, she did not recognize her till informed who she was. Sophia informed her that her brother Michael, a brother she had never seen, was in the city, and when she introduced him to Isabella, he informed her that their sister Nancy had been living in the city and had deceased a few months before. He described her features, her dress, her manner, and said she had for some time been a member in Zion's Church, naming the class she belonged to. Isabella almost instantly recognized her as a sister in the church with whom she had knelt at the altar, and with whom she had exchanged the speaking pressure of the hand, in recognition of their spiritual sisterhood, little thinking at the time that they were also children of the same earthly parents, even Bomefree and BETT. As inquiries and answers rapidly passed, and the conviction deepened that this was their sister, the very sister they had heard so much of but had never seen, for she was the self-same sister that had been locked in the great old-fashioned slave box when she was taken away, never to behold her mother's face again this side the spirit land. And Michael, the narrator, was the brother who had shared her fate. Isabella thought, here she was, we met, and was I not at the time struck with the peculiar feeling of her hand, the bony hardness, so just like mine? And yet I could not know she was my sister, and now I see she looked so like my mother. And Isabella wept, and not alone. Sophia wept, and the strong man Michael mingled his tears with theirs. "O Lord," inquired Isabella, "what is this slavery, that it can do such dreadful things? What evil can it not do?" Well may she ask, for surely the evils it can and does do daily and hourly can never be summed up, till we can see them as they are recorded by him who writes no errors, and reckons without mistake. This account, which now varies so widely in the estimate of different minds, will be viewed alike by all. Thank you, dear reader. When that day comes, the most rapid abolitionist will say, "Behold, I saw all this while on the earth." Will he not rather say, "Oh, who has conceived the breadth and depth of this moral malaria, this putrescent plague spot?" Perhaps the pioneers in the slave's cause will be as much surprised as any to find that with all their looking, there remains so much unseen. End of chapter 21. Recording by Michelle Thompson.
Chapter 22 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 22. Gleanings. There are some hard things that crossed Isabella's life while in slavery, that she has no desire to publish for various reasons. First, because the parties from whose hands she suffered them have rendered up their account to a higher tribunal, and their innocent friends alone are living to have their feelings injured by the recital. Secondly, because they are not all for the public ear, from their very nature. Thirdly, and not least, because, she says, were she to tell all that happened to her as a slave, all that she knows is God's truth, it would seem to others, especially the uninitiated, so unaccountable, so unreasonable, and what is usually called so unnatural, though it may be questioned whether people do not always act naturally. They would not easily believe it. Why, no, she says, they'd call me a liar, they would indeed, and I do not wish to say anything to destroy my own character for veracity, though what I say is strictly true. Some things have been omitted through forgetfulness, which, not having been mentioned in their places, can only be briefly spoken of here, such as that her father, Bomefree, had had 2 wives before he took Mama BETT, one of whom, if not both, were torn from him by the iron hand of the ruthless trafficker in human flesh. That her husband, Thomas, after one of his wives had been sold away from him, ran away to New York City, where he remained a year or 2 before he was discovered and taken back to the prison house of slavery. That her master, Dumont, when he promised Isabella 1 year of her time before the state should make her free, made the same promise to her husband, and in addition to freedom, they were promised a log cabin for a home of their own, all of which, with the 1001 daydreams resulting therefrom, went into the repository of unfulfilled promises and unrealized hopes. That she had often heard her father repeat a thrilling story of a little slave child, which, because it annoyed the family with its cries, was caught up by a white man, who dashed its brains out against the wall. An Indian, for Indians were plenty in that region then, passed along as the bereaved mother washed the bloody corpse of her murdered child, and, learning the cause of its death, said with characteristic vehemence, quote, "If I had been here, I would have put my tomahawk in his head," end quote, meaning the murderers. of the cruelty of one Hasbrouck. He had a sick slave woman who was lingering with a slow consumption, whom he made to spin, regardless of her weakness and suffering. And this woman had a child that was unable to walk or talk at the age of 5 years. Neither could it cry like other children, but made a constant piteous moaning sound. This exhibition of helplessness and imbecility, instead of exciting the master's pity, stung his cupidity, and so enraged him that he would kick the poor thing about like a football. Isabella's informant had seen this brute of a man, when the child was curled up under a chair, innocently amusing itself with a few sticks, drag it hence, that he might have the pleasure of tormenting it. She had seen him, with one blow of his foot, send it rolling quite across the room, and down the steps at the door. Oh, how she wished it might instantly die! But, she said, it seemed as tough as a moccasin. Though it did die at last, and made glad the heart of its friends, and its persecutor, no doubt, rejoiced with them, but from very different motives. But the day of his retribution was not far off, for he sickened, and his reason fled. It was fearful to hear his old slave soon tell how, in the day of his calamity, she treated him. She was very strong, and was therefore selected to support her master, as he sat up in bed, by putting her arms around, while she stood behind him. It was then that she did her best to wreak her vengeance on him. She would clutch his feeble frame in her iron grasp as in a vice, and when her mistress did not see, would give him a squeeze, a shake, and lifting him up, set him down again as hard as possible. If his breathing betrayed too tight a grasp, and her mistress said, "Be careful, don't hurt him, Soan," her ever-ready answer was, "Oh, no, missus, no," in her most pleasant tone. And then, as soon as Missis's eyes and ears were engaged away, another grasp, another shake, another bounce. She was afraid the disease alone would let him recover, an event she dreaded more than to do wrong herself. Isabella asked her if she were not afraid his spirit would haunt her. "Oh, no," says Soan, "he was so wicked, the devil will never let him out of hell long enough for that." Many slaveholders boast of the love of their slaves. How would it freeze the blood of some of them to know what kind of love rankles in the bosoms of slaves for them? Witness the attempt to poison Mrs. Calhoun, and hundreds of similar cases. Most surprising to everybody, because committed by slaves supposed to be so grateful for their chains. These reflections bring to mind a discussion on this point between the writer and a slaveholding friend in Kentucky, on Christmas morning, 1846. We had asserted that until mankind were far in advance of what they are now, irresponsible power over our fellow beings would be, as it is, abused. Our friend declared it was his conviction that the cruelties of slavery existed chiefly in imagination, and that no person in D County, where we then were, but would be above ill-treating a helpless slave. We answered that if his belief was well-founded, the people in Kentucky were greatly in advance of the people of New England, for we would not dare say as much as that of any school district there, letting alone counties. No, we would not answer for our own conduct even on so delicate a point. The next evening he very magnanimously overthrew his own position and established ours, by informing us that, on the morning previous, and as near as we could learn, at the very hour in which we were earnestly discussing the probabilities of the case, a young woman of fine appearance and high standing in society, the pride of her husband, and the mother of an infant daughter, only a few miles from us, aye, in D County too, was actually beating in the skull of a slave woman called Tabby, and not content with that, had her tied up and whipped, after her skull was broken, and she died hanging to the bedstead to which she had been fastened. When informed that Tabby was dead, she answered, I am glad of it, for she has worried my life out of me. But Tabby's highest good was probably not the end proposed by Mrs. M., for no one supposed she meant to kill her. Tabby was considered quite lacking in good sense, and no doubt belonged to that class at the South that are silly enough to die of moderate correction. A mob collected around the house for an hour or two, in that manner expressing a momentary indignation. But was she treated as a murderess? Not at all. She was allowed to take a boat, for her residence was near the beautiful Ohio, that evening, to spend a few months with her absent friends, after which she returned and remained with her husband, no one to molest or make her afraid. Had she been left to the punishment of an outraged conscience from right motives, I would have rejoiced with exceeding joy. But to see the life of one woman, and she a murderess, put in the balance against the lives of 3 millions of innocent slaves, and to contrast her punishment with what I felt would be the punishment of one who was merely suspected of being an equal friend of all mankind, regardless of color or condition, caused my blood to stir within me, and my heart to sicken at the thought. The husband of Mrs. M. was absent from home at the time alluded to, and when he arrived, some weeks afterwards, bringing beautiful presents to his cherished companion, he beheld his once happy home deserted, Tabby murdered and buried in the garden, and the wife of his bosom and the mother of his child, the doer of a dreadful deed, a murderess. When Isabella went to New York City, she went in company with a Miss Greer, who introduced her to the family of Mr. James Latourette, a wealthy merchant, and a Methodist in religion, but who, the latter part of his life, felt that he had outgrown ordinances, and advocated free meetings, holding them at his own dwelling-house for several years previous to his death. She worked for them, and they generously gave her a home while she labored for others, and in their kindness made her as one of their own. At that time the moral reform movement was awakening the attention of the benevolent in that city. Many women, among whom were Mrs. Latourette and Miss Greer, became deeply interested in making an attempt to reform their fallen sisters, even the most degraded of them. And in this enterprise of labor and danger they enlisted Isabella and others, who for a time put forth their most zealous efforts, and performed the work of missionaries with much apparent success. Isabella accompanied those ladies to the most wretched abodes of vice and misery, and sometimes she went where they dared not follow. They even succeeded in establishing prayer meetings in several places, where such a thing might least have been expected. But these meetings soon became the most noisy, shouting, ranting, and boisterous of gatherings, where they became delirious with excitement and then exhausted from overaction. Such meetings Isabel had not much sympathy with, at best. But one evening she attended one of them, where the members of it, in a fit of ecstasy, jumped upon her cloak in such a manner as to drag her to the floor, and then, thinking she had fallen in a spiritual trance, they increased their glorifications on her account, jumping, shouting, stamping, and clapping of hands, rejoicing so much over her spirit, and so entirely overlooking her body, that she suffered much, both from fear and bruises, and ever after refused to attend any more such meetings, doubting much whether God had anything to do with such worship. End of chapter 22. Recording by Lucretia B. Chapter 23 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 23. The Matthias Delusion. We now come to an eventful period in the life of Isabella, as identified with one of the most extraordinary religious delusions of modern times. But the limits prescribed for the present work forbid a minute narration of all the occurrences that transpired in relation to it. After she had joined the African Church in Church Street, and during her membership there, she frequently attended Mr. La Tourette's meetings, at one of which Mr. Smith invited her to go to a prayer meeting, or to instruct the girls at the Magdalene Asylum, Bowery Hill, then under the protection of Mr. Pearson, or some other persons, chiefly respectable females. To reach the asylum, Isabella called on Katy, Mr. Pearson's colored servant, of whom she had some knowledge. Mr. Pearson saw her there, conversed with her, asked her if she had been baptized, and was answered, characteristically, by the Holy Ghost. After this, Isabella saw Katy several times, and occasionally Mr. Pearson, who engaged her to keep his house while Katy went to Virginia to see her children. This engagement was considered an answer to a prayer by Mr. Pearson, who had both fasted and prayed on the subject, while Katy and Isabella appeared to see in it the hand of God. Mr. Pearson was characterized by a strong devotional spirit, which finally became highly fanatical. He assumed the title of prophet, asserting that God had called him in an omnibus in these words, "Thou art Elijah the Tishbite. Gather unto me all the members of Israel at the foot of Mount Carmel," which he understood as meaning the gathering of his friends at Bowery Hill. Not long afterward he became acquainted with the notorious Matthias, whose career was extraordinary as it was brief. Robert Matthews, or Matthias, as he was usually called, was of Scotch extraction, but a native of Washington County, New York, and at that time about 47 years of age. He was religiously brought up among the anti-burghers, a sect of Presbyterians. The clergyman, the Reverend Mr. Beveridge, visiting the family after the manner of the church, and being pleased with Robert, put his hand on his head when a boy, and pronounced a blessing. And this blessing, with his natural qualities, determined his character, for he ever after thought he should be a distinguished man. Matthias was brought up a farmer till nearly 18 years of age, but acquired indirectly the art of a carpenter, without any regular apprenticeship, and showed considerable mechanical skill. He obtained property from his uncle, Robert Thompson, and then he went into business as a storekeeper, was considered respectable, and became a member of the Scotch Presbyterian Church. He married in 1813, and continued in business in Cambridge. In 1816 he ruined himself by a building speculation and the derangement of the currency which denied bank facilities, and soon after he came to New York with his family and worked at his trade. He afterwards removed to Albany, and became a hearer at the Dutch Reformed Church, then under Dr. Ludlow's charge. He was frequently much excited on religious subjects. In 1829 he was well known, if not for street preaching, for loud discussions and pavement exhortations, but he did not make set sermons. In the beginning of 1830 he was only considered zealous, but in the same year he prophesied the destruction of the Albanians and their capital, and while preparing to shave with the Bible before him, he suddenly put down the soap and exclaimed, "I have found it. I have found a text which proves that no man who shaves his beard can be a true Christian." And shortly afterwards, without shaving, he went to the mission house to deliver an address which he had promised, and in this address he proclaimed his new character, pronounced vengeance on the land, and that the law of God was the only rule of government, and that he was commanded to take possession of the world in the name of the King of Kings. His harangue was cut short by the trustees putting out the lights. About this time Matthias laid by his implements of industry, and in June he advised his wife to fly with him from the destruction which awaited them in the city. And on her refusal, partly on account of Matthias calling himself a Jew, whom she was unwilling to retain as a husband, he left her, taking some of the children to his sister in Argyle, 40 miles from Albany. At Argyle he entered the church and interrupted the minister, declaring the congregation in darkness and warning them to repentance. He was, of course, taken out of the church, and as he was advertised in the Albany papers, he was sent back to his family. His beard had now obtained a respectable length, and thus he attracted attention, and easily obtained an audience in the streets. For this he was sometimes arrested, once by mistake for Adam Payne, who collected the crowd, and then left Matthias with it on the approach of the officers. He repeatedly urged his wife to accompany him on a mission to convert the world, declaring that food could be obtained from the roots of the forest, if not administered otherwise. At this time he assumed the name of Matthias, called himself a Jew, and set out on a mission, taking a western course, and visiting a brother at Rochester, a skillful mechanic, since dead. Leaving his brother, he proceeded on his mission over the northern states, occasionally returning to Albany. After visiting Washington and passing through Pennsylvania, he came to New York. His appearance at that time was mean, but grotesque, and his sentiments were but little known. On May the 5th, 1832, he first called on Mr. Pearson in 4th Street in his absence. Isabella was alone in the house in which she had lived since the previous autumn. On opening the door, she, for the first time, beheld Matthias, and her early impression of seeing Jesus in the flesh rushed to her mind. She heard his inquiry and invited him into the parlor, and being naturally curious and much excited, and possessing a good deal of tact, she drew him into conversation, stated her own opinions, and heard his replies and explanations. Her faith was at first staggered by his declaring himself a Jew, but on this point she was relieved by his saying, "Do you not remember how Jesus prayed?" and repeated part of the Lord's Prayer, in proof that the Father's kingdom was to come, and not the Son's. She then understood him to be a converted Jew, and in the conclusion she says she felt as if God had sent him to set up the kingdom. Thus Matthias at once secured the goodwill of Isabella, and, we may suppose, obtained from her some information in relation to Mr. Pearson, especially that Mrs. Pearson declared there was no true church, and approved of Mr. Pearson's preaching. Matthias left the house, promising to return on Saturday evening. Mr. P. at this time had not seen Matthias. Isabella, desirous of hearing the expected conversation between Matthias and Mr. Pearson on Saturday, hurried her work, got it finished, and was permitted to be present. Indeed, the sameness of belief made her familiar with her employer, while her attention to her work and characteristic faithfulness increased his confidence. This intimacy, the result of holding the same faith, and the principle afterwards adopted of having but one table, and all things in common, made her at once the domestic and the equal, and the depositary of very curious, if not valuable, information. To this object, even her color assisted. Persons who have traveled in the South know the manner in which the colored people, and especially slaves, are treated. They are scarcely regarded as being present. This trait in our American character has been frequently noticed by foreign travelers. One English lady remarks that she discovered, in course of conversation with a Southern married gentleman, that a colored girl slept in his bedroom, in which also was his wife. and when he saw that it occasioned some surprise, he remarked, what would he do if he wanted a glass of water in the night? Other travelers have remarked that the presence of colored people never seemed to interrupt a conversation of any kind for one moment. Isabella, then, was present at the first interview between Matthias and Pearson. At this interview, Mr. Pearson asked Matthias if he had a family, to which he replied in the affirmative. He asked him about his beard, and he gave a scriptural reason, asserting also that the Jews did not shave, and that Adam had a beard. Mr. Pearson detailed to Matthias his experience, and Matthias gave his, and they mutually discovered that they held the same sentiments, both admitting the direct influence of the Spirit, and the transmission of spirits from one body to another. Matthias admitted the call of Mr. Pearson in the omnibus in Wall Street, which, on this occasion, he gave in these words, "Thou art Elijah the Tishbite, and thou shalt go before me in the spirit and power of Elias, to prepare my way before me." And Mr. Pearson admitted Matthias' call, who completed his declaration on the 20th of June in Argyle, which, by a curious coincidence, was the very day on which Pearson had received his call in the omnibus. Such singular coincidences have a powerful effect on excited minds. From that discovery, Pearson and Matthias rejoiced in each other and became kindred spirits. Matthias, however, claiming to be the Father, or to possess the Spirit of the Father, he was God upon the earth because the Spirit of God dwelt in him, while Pearson then understood that his mission was like that of John the Baptist, which the name Elias meant. This conference ended with an invitation to supper, and Matthias and Pearson washing each other's feet. Mr. Pearson preached on the following Sunday, but after which he declined in favor of Matthias, and some of the party believed that the kingdom had then come. As a specimen of Matthias' preaching and sentiments, the following is said to be reliable. "The spirit that built the Tower of Babel is now in the world. It is the spirit of the devil. The spirit of man never goes upon the clouds. All who think so are Babylonians. The only heaven is on earth. All who are ignorant of truth are Ninevites. The Jews did not crucify Christ. It was the Gentiles. Every Jew has his guardian angel attending him in this world. God don't speak through preachers. He speaks through me, his prophet. John the Baptist, addressing Mr. Pearson, read the 10th chapter of Revelations." After the reading of the chapter, the prophet resumed speaking as follows. "Ours is the mustard seed kingdom, which is to spread all over the earth. Our creed is truth, and no man can find truth unless he obeys John the Baptist and comes clean into the church. All real men will be saved. All mock men will be damned. When a person has the Holy Ghost, then he is a man, and not till then. They who teach women are of the wicked. The communion is all nonsense, so is prayer. Eating a nip of bread and drinking a little wine won't do any good. All who admit members into their church, and suffer them to hold their lands and houses, their sentence is, 'Depart, ye wicked, I know you not.' All females who lecture their husbands, their sentence is the same. The sons of truth are to enjoy all the good things of this world, and must use their means to bring it about. Everything that has the smell of woman will be destroyed. Woman is the cap-sheaf of the abomination of desolation, full of all deviltry. In a short time the world will take fire and dissolve. It is combustible already. All women not obedient had better become so as soon as possible, and let the wicked spirit depart, and become temples of truth. Praying is all mocking. When you see anyone wring the neck of a fowl, instead of cutting off its head, he has not got the Holy Ghost. Cutting gives the least pain. All who eat swine's flesh are of the devil, and just as certain as he eats it, he will tell a lie in less than half an hour. If you eat a piece of pork, it will go crooked through you, and the Holy Ghost will not stay in you, but one or the other must leave the house pretty soon. The pork will be as crooked in you as ram's horns, and as great a nuisance as the hogs in the street. The cholera is not the right word. It is choler, which means God's wrath. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are now in this world. They did not go up in the clouds, as some believe. Why should they go there? They don't want to go there to box the compass from one place to another. The Christians nowadays are for setting up the Son's kingdom. It is not His. It is the Father's kingdom. It puts me in mind of a man in the country who took his son in business and had his sign made, Hitchcock and Son. But the son wanted it, Hitchcock and Father. And that is the way with your Christians. They talk of the Son's kingdom first, and not the Father's kingdom. Matthias and his disciples at this time did not believe in a resurrection of the body, but that the spirits of the former saints would enter the bodies of the present generation, and thus begin heaven on earth, of which he and Mr. Pearson were the first fruits. Matthias made the residence of Mr. Pearson his own, but the latter, being apprehensive of popular violence in his house, if Matthias remained there, proposed a monthly allowance to him, and advised him to occupy another dwelling. Matthias accordingly took a house in Clarkson Street, and then sent for his family at Albany, but they declined coming to the city. However, his brother George complied with a similar offer, bringing his family with him, where they found very comfortable quarters. Isabella was employed to do the housework. In May 1833, Matthias left his house and placed the furniture, part of which was Isabella's, elsewhere, living himself at the hotel corner of Marketfield and West Streets. Isabella found employment at Mr. Whiting's, Canal Street, and did the washing for Matthias by Mrs. Whiting's permission. Of the subsequent removal of Matthias to the farm and residence of Mr. B. Folger at Sing Sing, where he was joined by Mr. Pearson and others laboring under a similar religious delusion, the sudden, melancholy, and somewhat suspicious death of Mr. Pearson, and the arrest of Matthias on the charge of his murder, ending in a verdict of not guilty, the criminal connection that subsisted between Matthias, Mrs. Folger, and other members of the kingdom, as match spirits, the final dispersion of this deluded company, and the voluntary exilement of Matthias in the far West after his release, etc., etc., we do not deem it useful or necessary to give any particulars. Those who are curious to know what there transpired are referred to a work published in New York in 1835 entitled Fanaticism, Its Sources and Influence, illustrated by the simple narrative of Isabella, in the case of Matthias, Mr. and Mrs. B. Folger, Mr. Pearson, Mr. Mills, Catherine, Isabella, etc., etc., by G. Vale, 84 Roosevelt Street. Suffice it to say that while Isabella was a member of the household at Sing Sing, doing much laborious service in the spirit of religious disinterestedness, and gradually getting her vision purged and her mind cured of its illusions, she happily escaped the contamination that surrounded her, assiduously endeavoring to discharge all her duties in a becoming manner. End of chapter 23. Recording by Lucretia B.
Chapter 24 of The Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 24. Fasting. When Isabella resided with Mr. Pearson, he was in the habit of fasting every Friday, not eating or drinking anything from Thursday evening to 6 o'clock on Friday evening. Then, again, he would fast 2 nights and 3 days, neither eating nor drinking, refusing himself even a cup of cold water till the 3rd day at night, when he took supper again as usual. Isabella asked him why he fasted. He answered that fasting gave him great light in the things of God, which answer gave birth to the following train of thought in the mind of his auditor. Well, if fasting will give light inwardly and spiritually, I need it as much as anybody, and I'll fast too. If Mr. Pearson needs to fast 2 nights and 3 days, then I, who need light more than he does, ought to fast more, and I will fast 3 nights and 3 days. This resolution she carried out to the letter, putting not so much as a drop of water in her mouth for 3 whole days and nights. The 4th morning, as she arose to her feet, not having the power to stand, she fell to the floor. But recovering herself sufficiently, she made her way to the pantry, and feeling herself quite voracious, and fearing that she might now offend God by her voracity, compelled herself to breakfast on dry bread and water, eating a large 6-penny loaf before she felt at all stayed or satisfied. She says she did get light, but it was all in her body and none in her mind, and this lightness of body lasted a long time. Oh, she was so light and felt so well, she could skim around like a gull. End of chapter 24. Recording by Corrie Samuel. Chapter 25 of The Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 25. The Cause of Her Leaving the City. The first years spent by Isabella in the city, she accumulated more than enough to satisfy all her wants, and she placed all the overplus in the savings bank. Afterwards, while living with Mr. Pearson, he prevailed on her to take it all thence and invest it in a common fund which he was about establishing, as a fund to be drawn from by all the faithful. The faithful, of course, were the handful that should subscribe to his peculiar creed. This fund, commenced by Mr. Pearson, afterwards became part and parcel of the kingdom of which Matthias assumed to be head, and at the breaking up of the kingdom her little property was merged in the general ruin, or went to enrich those who profited by the loss of others, if any such there were. Mr. Pearson and others had so assured her that the fund would supply all her wants at all times and in all emergencies, and to the end of life, that she became perfectly careless on the subject, asking for no interest when she drew her money from the bank, and taking no account of the sum she placed in the fund. She recovered a few articles of the furniture from the wreck of the kingdom, and received a small sum of money from Mr. B. Folger, as the price of Mrs. Folger's attempt to convict her of murder. With this to start upon, she commenced anew her labours, in the hope of yet being able to accumulate a sufficiency to make a little home for herself in her advancing age. With this stimulus before her, she toiled hard, working early and late, doing a great deal for a little money, and turning her hand to almost anything that promised good pay. Still she did not prosper, and somehow could not contrive to lay by a single dollar for a rainy day. When this had been the state of her affairs some time, she suddenly paused, and taking a retrospective view of what had passed, inquired within herself why it was that, for all her unwearied labours, she had nothing to show. Why was it that others, with much less care and labour, could hoard up treasures for themselves and children? She became more and more convinced, as she reasoned, that everything she had undertaken in the city of New York had finally proved a failure, and where her hopes had been raised the highest, there she felt the failure had been the greatest, and the disappointment most severe. After turning it in her mind for some time, she came to the conclusion that she had been taking part in a great drama, which was, in itself, but one great system of robbery and wrong. Yes, she said, the rich rob the poor, and the poor rob one another. True, she had not received labour from others and stinted their pay, as she felt had been practised against her, but she had taken their work from them, which was their only means to get money, and was the same to them in the end. For instance, a gentleman where she lived would give her $1 to hire a poor man to clear the new-fallen snow from the steps and sidewalks. She would arise early, and perform the labour herself, putting the money into her own pocket. A poor man would come along, saying she ought to let him have the job, he was poor and needed the pay for his family. She would harden her heart against him, and answer, I am poor too, and I need it for mine. But, in her retrospection, she thought of all the misery she might have been adding to, in her selfish grasping, and it troubled her conscience sorely. And this insensibility to the claims of human brotherhood, and the wants of the destitute and wretched poor, she now saw, as she never had done before, to be unfeeling, selfish, and wicked. These reflections and convictions gave rise to a sudden revulsion of feeling in the heart of Isabella, and she began to look upon money and property with great indifference, if not contempt, being at that time unable, probably, to discern any difference between a miserly grasping at and hoarding of money and means, and a true use of the good things of this life for one's own comfort, and the relief of such as she might be enabled to befriend and assist. One thing she was sure of, that the precepts, do unto others as ye would that others should do unto you, love your neighbour as yourself, and so forth, were maxims that had been but little thought of by herself, or practised by those about her. Her next decision was that she must leave the city. It was no place for her. Yea, she felt called in spirit to leave it, and to travel east and to lecture. She had never been further east than the city, neither had she any friends there of whom she had particular reason to expect anything. Yet to her it was plain that her mission lay in the east, and that she would find friends there. She determined on leaving, but these determinations and convictions she kept close locked in her own breast, knowing that if her children and friends were aware of it, they would make such an ado about it as would render it very unpleasant, if not distressing to all parties. Having made what preparations for leaving she deemed necessary, which was to put up a few articles of clothing in a pillow-case, all else being deemed an unnecessary encumbrance, about an hour before she left, she informed Mrs. Whiting, the woman of the house where she was stopping, that her name was no longer Isabella, but Sojourner, and that she was going east. And to her inquiry, "What are you going east for?" her answer was, "The Spirit calls me there, and I must go." She left the city on the morning of the 1st of June, 1843, crossing over to Brooklyn, Long Island, and taking the rising sun for her only compass and guide, she remembered Lot's wife, and hoping to avoid her fate, she resolved not to look back till she felt sure the wicked city from which she was fleeing was left too far behind to be visible in the distance. And when she first ventured to look back, she could just discern the blue cloud of smoke that hung over it, and she thanked the Lord that she was thus far removed from what seemed to her a second Sodom. She was now fairly started on her pilgrimage, her bundle in one hand, and a little basket of provisions in the other, and 2 York shillings in her purse, her heart strong in the faith that her true work lay before her, and that the Lord was her director, and she doubted not he would provide for and protect her, and that it would be very censurable in her to burden herself with anything more than a moderate supply for her then present needs. Her mission was not merely to travel east, but to lecture, as she designated it, testifying of the hope that was in her, exhorting the people to embrace Jesus and refrain from sin, the nature and origin of which she explained to them in accordance with her own most curious and original views. Through her life, and all its checkered changes, she has ever clung fast to her first permanent impressions on religious subjects. Wherever night overtook her, there she sought for lodgings, free if she might, if not she paid, at a tavern if she chanced to be at one, if not at a private dwelling, with the rich if they would receive her, if not with the poor. But she soon discovered that the largest houses were nearly always full. If not quite full, company was soon expected, and that it was much easier to find an unoccupied corner in a small house than in a large one. And if a person possessed but a miserable roof over his head, you might be sure of a welcome to part of it. But this, she had penetration enough to see, was quite as much the effect of a want of sympathy as of benevolence. And this was also very apparent in her religious conversations with people who were strangers to her. She said, she never could find out that the rich had any religion. If I had been rich and accomplished, I could, for the rich could always find religion in the rich, and I could find it among the poor. At first she attended such meetings as she heard of in the vicinity of her travels, and spoke to the people as she found them assembled. Afterwards she advertised meetings of her own, and held forth to large audiences, having, as she said, a good time. When she became weary of travelling, and wished a place to stop a while and rest herself, she said some opening for her was always near at hand, and the first time she needed rest, a man accosted her as she was walking, inquiring if she was looking for work. She told him that was not the object of her travels, but that she would willingly work a few days if anyone wanted. He requested her to go to his family, who was sadly in want of assistance, which he had been thus far unable to supply. She went to the house where she was directed, and was received by his family, one of whom was ill, as a godsend, and when she felt constrained to resume her journey, they were very sorry, and would fain have detained her longer, but as she urged the necessity of leaving, they offered her what seemed in her eyes a great deal of money as a remuneration for her labour, and an expression of their gratitude for her opportune assistance, but she would only receive a very little of it, enough, as she says, to enable her to pay tribute to Caesar if it was demanded of her, and 2 or 3 York shillings at a time was all she allowed herself to take. And then, with purse replenished and strength renewed, she would once more set out to perform her mission. End of chapter 25. Recording by Corrie Samuel.
Chapter 26 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 26. The consequences of refusing a traveler a night's lodging. As she drew near the center of the island, she commenced, one evening at nightfall, to solicit the favor of a night's lodging. She had repeated her request a great many, it seemed to her, some 20 times, and as many times she received a negative answer. She walked on. The stars and the tiny horns of the new moon shed but a dim light on her lonely way, when she was familiarly accosted by 2 Indians, who took her for an acquaintance. She told them they were mistaken in the person. She was a stranger there, and asked them the direction to a tavern. They informed her it was yet a long way, some 2 miles or so, and inquired if she were alone. Not wishing for their protection, or knowing what might be the character of their kindness, she answered, "No, not exactly," and passed on. At the end of a weary way she came to the tavern, or rather to a large building, which was occupied as a court-house, tavern, and jail, and on asking for a night's lodging was informed she could stay, if she would consent to be locked in. This, to her mind, was an insuperable objection. To have a key turned on her was a thing not to be thought of, at least not to be endured, and she again took up her line of march, preferring to walk beneath the open sky to being locked up by a stranger in such a place. She had not walked far before she heard the voice of a woman under an open shed. She ventured to accost her and inquire if she knew where she could get in for the night. The woman answered that she did not, unless she went home with them, and turning to her good man, asked him if the stranger could not share their home for the night, to which he cheerfully assented. Sojourner thought it evident he had been taking a drop too much, but as he was civil and good-natured, and she did not feel inclined to spend the night alone in the open air, she felt driven to the necessity of accepting their hospitality, whatever it might prove to be. The woman soon informed her that there was a ball in the place, at which they would like to drop in a while before they went to their home. Balls being no part of Sojourner's mission, she was not desirous of attending, but her hostess could be satisfied with nothing short of a taste of it, and she was forced to go with her, or relinquish their company at once, in which move there might be more exposure than in accompanying her. She went, and soon found herself surrounded by an assemblage of people collected from the very dregs of society, too ignorant and degraded to understand, much less entertain, a high or bright idea, in a dirty hovel, destitute of every comfort, and where the fumes of whiskey were abundant and powerful. Sojourner's guide there was too much charmed with the combined entertainments of the place to be able to tear herself away, till she found her faculties for enjoyment failing her from a too free use of alcohol, and she betook herself to bed till she could recover them. Sojourner, seated in a corner, had time for many reflections, and refrained from lecturing them in obedience to the recommendation, "Cast not your pearls," etc. When the night was far spent, the husband of the sleeping woman aroused the sleeper, and reminded her that she was not very polite to the woman she had invited to sleep at her house, and of the propriety of returning home. They once more emerged into the pure air, which to our friend Sojourner, after so long breathing the noisome air of the ballroom, was most refreshing and grateful. Just as day dawned, they reached the place they called their home. Sojourner now saw that she had lost nothing in the shape of rest by remaining so long at the ball, as their miserable cabin afforded but one bunk or pallet for sleeping, and had there been many such, she would have preferred sitting up all night to occupying one like it. They very politely offered her the bed, if she would use it, but civilly declining, she waited for morning with an eagerness of desire she never felt before on the subject, and was never more happy than when the eye of day shed its golden light once more over the earth. She was once more free, and while daylight should last, independent, and needed no invitation to pursue her journey. Let these facts teach us that every pedestrian in the world is not a vagabond, and that it is a dangerous thing to compel anyone to receive that hospitality from the vicious and abandoned which they should have received from us, as thousands can testify who have thus been caught in the snares of the wicked. The 4th of July, Isabella arrived at Huntingdon. From thence she went to Cold Springs, where she found the people making preparations for a mass temperance meeting. With her usual alacrity, she entered into their labors, getting up dishes a la New York, greatly to the satisfaction of those she assisted. After remaining at Cold Springs some 3 weeks, she returned to Huntingdon, where she took boat for Connecticut, landing at Bridgeport. She again resumed her travels towards the northeast, lecturing some and working some, to get wherewith to pay tribute to Caesar, as she called it, and in this manner she presently came to the city of New Haven, where she found many meetings, which she attended, at some of which she was allowed to express her views freely and without reservation. She also called meetings expressly to give herself an opportunity to be heard, and found in the city many true friends of Jesus, as she judged, with whom she held communion of spirit, having no preference for one sect more than another, but being well satisfied with all who gave her evidence of having known or loved the Savior. After thus delivering her testimony in this pleasant city, feeling she had not as yet found an abiding place, she went from thence to Bristol, at the request of a zealous sister, who desired her to go to the latter place and hold a religious conversation with some friends of hers there. She went as requested, found the people kindly and religiously disposed, and through them she became acquainted with several very interesting persons. A spiritually minded brother in Bristol, becoming interested in her new views and original opinions, requested as a favor that she would go to Hartford to see and converse with friends of his there. Standing ready to perform any service in the Lord, she went to Hartford as desired, bearing in her hand the following note from this brother: "Sister, I send you this living messenger, as I believe her to be one that God loves. Ethiopia is stretching forth her hands unto God. You can see by this, sister, that God does by his Spirit alone teach his own children things to come. Please receive her, and she will tell you some new things. Let her tell her story without interrupting her, and give close attention, and you will see she has got the lever of truth that God helps her to pry where but few can. She cannot read or write, but the law is in her heart. Send her to brother, and where she can do the most good. From your brother, H.L.B." End of chapter 26. Recording by Simon Wainwright. Chapter 27 of the narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 27. Some of her views and reasonings. As soon as Isabella saw God as an all-powerful, all-pervading spirit, she became desirous of hearing all that had been written of him, and listened to the account of the creation of the world and its first inhabitants, as contained in the first chapters of Genesis, with peculiar interest. For some time she received it all literally, though it appeared strange to her that God worked by the day, got tired, and stopped to rest, etc. But after a little time she began to reason upon it thus: why, if God works by the day, and one day's work tires him, and he is obliged to rest, either from weariness or on account of darkness, or if he waited for the cool of the day to walk in the garden because he was inconvenienced by the heat of the sun, why, then it seems that God cannot do as much as I can, for I can bear the sun at noon and work several days and nights in succession without being much tired. Or if he rested nights because of the darkness, it is very queer that he should make the night so dark that he could not see himself. If I had been God, I would have made the night light enough for my own convenience, surely. But the moment she placed this idea of God by the side of the impression she had once so suddenly received of his inconceivable greatness and entire spirituality, that moment she exclaimed mentally, "No, God does not stop to rest, for he is a spirit and cannot tire. He cannot want for light, for he hath all light in himself. And if God is all in all, as I have heard them read, then it is impossible he should rest at all. For if he did, every other thing would stop and rest too. The waters would not flow, and the fish could not swim, and all motion must cease. God could have no pauses in his work, and he needed no Sabbaths of rest. Man might need them, and he should take them when he needed them, whenever he required rest. As it regarded the worship of God, he was to be worshipped at all times and in all places, and one portion of time never seemed to her more holy than another. These views, which were the results of the working of her own mind, assisted solely by the light of her own experience and very limited knowledge, were for a long time after their adoption closely locked in her own breast, fearing lest their avowal might bring upon her the imputation of infidelity, the usual charge preferred by all religionists against those who entertain religious views and feelings differing materially from their own. If from their own sad experience they are withheld from shouting the cry of infidel, they fail not to see and to feel, aye, and to say that the dissenters are not of the right spirit, and that their spiritual eyes have never been unsealed. While traveling in Connecticut, she met a minister with whom she held a long discussion on these points, as well as on various other topics, such as the origin of all things, especially the origin of evil, at the same time bearing her testimony strongly against a paid ministry. He belonged to that class, and as a matter of course as strongly advocated his own side of the question. I had forgotten to mention in its proper place a very important fact, that when she was examining the Scriptures, she wished to hear them without comment. But if she employed adult persons to read them to her, and she asked them to read a passage over again, they invariably commenced to explain by giving her their version of it, and in this way they tried her feelings exceedingly. In consequence of this, she ceased to ask adult persons to read the Bible to her, and substituted children in their stead. Children, as soon as they could read distinctly, would reread the same sentence to her, as often as she wished and without comment. And in that way she was enabled to see what her own mind could make out of the record. And that, she said, was what she wanted, and not what others thought it to mean. She wished to compare the teachings of the Bible with the witness within her, and she came to the conclusion that the Spirit of truth spoke in those records, but that the recorders of those truths had intermingled with them ideas and suppositions of their own. This is one among the many proofs of her energy and independence of character. When it became known to her children that Sojourner had left New York, they were filled with wonder and alarm. Where could she have gone, and why had she left? Were questions no one could answer satisfactorily. Now, their imaginations painted her as a wandering maniac, and again they feared she had been left to commit suicide, and many were the tears they shed at the loss of her. But when she reached Berlin, Connecticut, she wrote to them by amanuensis, informing them of her whereabouts, and waiting in answer to her letter, thus quieting their fears and gladdening their hearts once more with assurances of her continued life and her love. End of chapter 27. Recording by Simon Wainwright. Chapter 28 of The Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 28. The Second Advent Doctrines. In Hartford and vicinity she met with several persons who believed in the Second Advent doctrines, or the immediate personal appearance of Jesus Christ. At first she thought she had never heard of Second Advent, but when it was explained to her, she recollected having once attended Mr. Miller's meeting in New York, where she saw a great many enigmatical pictures hanging on the wall, which she could not understand, and which, being out of the reach of her understanding, failed to interest her. In this section of country she attended 2 camp meetings of the believers in these doctrines, the Second Advent. Excitement being then at its greatest height, the last meeting was at Windsor Loch. The people, as a matter of fact, eagerly inquired of her concerning her belief, as it regarded their most important tenet. She told them it had not been revealed to her. Perhaps if she could read, she might see it differently. Sometimes to their eager inquiry, "Oh, don't you believe the Lord is coming?" she answered, "I believe the Lord is as near as he can be, and not be it." With these evasive and non-exciting answers, she kept their minds calm as it respected her unbelief, till she could have an opportunity to hear their views fairly stated in order to judge more understandingly of this matter, and see if, in her estimation, there was any good ground for expecting an event which was, in the minds of so many, as it were, shaking the very foundations of the universe. She was invited to join them in their religious exercises, and accepted the invitation, praying and talking in her own peculiar style, and attracting many about her by her singing. When She had convinced the people that she was a lover of God and his cause, and had gained a good standing with them, so that she could get a hearing among them. She had become quite sure in her own mind that they were laboring under a delusion, and she commenced to use her influence to calm the fears of the people and pour oil upon the troubled waters. In one part of the grounds she found a knot of people greatly excited. She mounted a stump and called out, "Here, here!" When the people had gathered around her, as they were in a state to listen to anything new, she addressed them as children and asked them why they made such a to-do. "Are you not commanded to watch and pray? You are neither watching nor praying." And she bade them, with the tones of a kind mother, retire to their tents, and there watch and pray, without noise or tumult, for the Lord would not come to such a scene of confusion. The Lord came still and quiet, she assured them. The Lord might come, move all through the camp, and go away again, and they never know it, in the state they then were. They seemed glad to seize upon any reason for being less agitated and distressed, and many of them suppressed their noisy terror and retired to their tents to watch and pray, begging others to do the same and listen to the advice of the good sister. She felt she had done some good, and then went to listen further to the preachers. They appeared to her to be doing their utmost to agitate and excite the people, who were already too much excited. And when she had listened till her feelings would let her listen silently no longer, she arose and addressed the preachers. The following are specimens of her speech. "Here you are talking about being changed in the twinkling of an eye. If the Lord should come, he'd change you to nothing, for there is nothing to you. You seem to be expecting to go to some parlor away up somewhere, and when the wicked have been burnt, you are coming back to walk in triumph over their ashes. This is to be your New Jerusalem? Now I can't see anything so very nice in that, coming back to such a muss as that will be, a world covered with the ashes of the wicked. Besides, if the Lord comes and burns as you say he will, I am not going away. I am going to stay here and stand the fire like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And Jesus will walk with me through the fire and keep me from harm. Nothing belonging to God can burn any more than God himself. Such shall have no need to go away to escape the fire. No, I shall remain. Do you tell me that God's children can't stand fire?" And her manner and tone spoke louder than words, saying, "It is absurd to think so." The ministers were taken quite aback at so unexpected an opposer, and one of them, in the kindest possible manner, commenced a discussion with her by asking her questions and quoting Scripture to her, concluding finally that although she had learned nothing of the great doctrine which was so exclusively occupying their minds at the time, she had learned much that man had never taught her. At this meeting she received the address of different persons residing in various places, with an invitation to visit them. She promised to go soon to Cabottville, and started shaping her course for that place. She arrived at Springfield one evening at 6 o'clock, and immediately began to search for a lodging for the night. She walked from 6 till past 9, and was then on the road from Springfield to Cabottville before she found anyone sufficiently hospitable to give her a night's shelter under their roof. Then a man gave her 25 cents and bade her go to a tavern and stay all night. She did so, returning in the morning to thank him, assuring him she had put his money to its legitimate use. She found a number of the friends she had seen at Windsor when she reached the manufacturing town of Cabottville, which was lately taken the name of Chicopee, and with them she spent a pleasant week or more, after which she left them to visit the Shaker village in Enfield. She now began to think of finding a resting place at least for a season, for she had performed quite a long journey, considering she had walked most of the way, and she had a mind to look in upon the Shakers and see how things were there, and whether there was any opening there for her. But on her way back to Springfield, she called at a house and asked for a piece of bread. Her request was granted, and she was kindly invited to tarry all night, as it was getting late, and she would not be able to stay at every house in that vicinity, which invitation she cheerfully accepted. When the man of the house came in, he recollected having seen her at the camp meeting, and repeated some conversations by which she recognized him again. He soon proposed having a meeting that evening, went out and notified his friends and neighbors, who came together, and she once more held forth to them in her peculiar style. Through the agency of this meeting, she became acquainted with several people residing in Springfield, to whose houses she was cordially invited, and with whom she spent some pleasant time. One of these friends, writing of her arrival there, speaks as follows. After saying that she and her people belonged to that class of persons who believed in the Second Advent doctrines, and that this class, believing also in freedom of speech and action, often found at their meetings many singular people who did not agree with them in their principal doctrine, and that, being thus prepared to hear new and strange things, they listened eagerly to Sojourner, and drank in all she said, and also that she soon became a favorite among them, that when she arose to speak in their assemblies, her commanding figure and dignified manner hushed every trifler into silence, and her singular and sometimes uncouth modes of expression never provoked a laugh, but often were the whole audience melted into tears by her touching stories. She also added, "Many were the lessons of wisdom and faith I have delighted to learn from her." She continued a great favorite in our meetings, both on account of her remarkable gift in prayer and still more remarkable talent for singing, and the aptness and point of her remarks frequently illustrated by figures the most original and expressive. As we were walking the other day, she said she had often thought what a beautiful world this would be when we should see everything right side up. Now we see everything topsy-turvy, and all is confusion. For a person who knows nothing of this fact in the science of optics, this seemed quite a remarkable idea. She also loved her for her sincere and ardent piety, her unwavering faith in God, and her contempt of what the world calls fashion and what we call folly. She was in search of a quiet place where a way-worn traveler might rest. She had heard of Fruitlands and was inclined to go there, but the friends she found here thought it best for her to visit Northampton. She passed her time while with us, working wherever her work was needed and talking where work was not needed. She would not receive money for her work, saying she worked for the Lord, And if her wants were supplied, she received it as from the Lord. She remained with us till far into winter, when we introduced her at the Northampton Association. She wrote to me from thence, and she had found the quiet resting place she had so long desired, and she has remained there ever since. End of chapter 28. Recording by Simon Wainwright.
Chapter 29 of The Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 29, Another Camp Meeting. When Sojourner had been at Northampton a few months, she attended another camp meeting at which she performed a very important part. A party of wild young men with no motive but that of entertaining themselves by annoying and injuring the feelings of others had assembled at the meeting, hooting and yelling and in various ways interrupting the services and causing much disturbance. Those who had the charge of the meeting, having tried their persuasive powers in vain, grew impatient and tried threatening. The young men, considering themselves insulted, collected their friends to the number of 100 or more, dispersed themselves through the grounds, making the most frightful noises, and threatening to fire the tents. It was said the authorities of the meeting sat in grave consultation, decided to have the ringleaders arrested, and sent for the constable, to the great displeasure of some of the company who were opposed to such an appeal to force and arms. Be that as it may, Sojourner, seeing great consternation depicted in every countenance, caught the contagion, and ere she was aware, found herself quaking with fear. Under the impulse of this sudden emotion, she fled to the most retired corner of a tent and secreted herself behind a trunk, saying to herself, "I am the only colored person here, and on me, probably, their wicked mischief will fall first, and perhaps fatally." But feeling how great was her insecurity even there, as the very tent began to shake from its foundations, she began to soliloquize as follows. "Shall I run away and hide from the devil? Me, a servant of the living God? Have I not faith enough to go out and quell that mob when I know it is written, 1 shall chase 1,000, and 2 put 10,000 to flight? I know there are not 1,000 here, and I know I am a servant of the living God. I'll go to the rescue, and the Lord shall go with and protect me." "Oh," said she, "I felt as if I had 3 hearts, and that they were so large my body could hardly hold them." She now came forth from her hiding place, and invited several to go with her and see what they could do to still the raging of the moral elements. They declined, and considered her wild to think of it. The meeting was in the open fields. The full moon shed its saddened light over all, and the woman who was that evening to address them was trembling on the preacher's stand. The noise and confusion were now terrific. Sojourner left the tent alone and unaided, and walking some 30 rods to the top of a small rise of ground, commenced to sing in her most fervid manner, with all the strength of her most powerful voice, the hymn on the resurrection of Christ. "It was early in the morning, it was early in the morning, just at the break of day, when he rose, when he rose, when he rose, and went to heaven on a cloud." All who have ever heard her sing this hymn will probably remember it as long as they remember her. The hymn, the tune, the style are each too closely associated with to be easily separated from herself, and when sung in one of her most animated moods, in the open air, with the utmost strength of her most powerful voice, must have been truly thrilling. As she commenced to sing, the young men made a rush towards her, and she was immediately encircled by a dense body of the rioters, many of them armed with sticks or clubs as their weapons of defense, if not of attack. As the circle narrowed around her, she ceased singing, and after a short pause inquired, in a gentle but firm tone, "Why do you come about me with clubs and sticks? I am not doing harm to anyone." "We aren't a-going to hurt you, old woman. We come to hear you sing," cried many voices simultaneously. "Sing to us, old woman," cries one. "Talk to us, old woman," says another. "Pray, old woman," says a third. "Tell us your experience," says a fourth. "You stand and smoke so near me I cannot sing or talk," she answered. "Stand back," said several authoritative voices, with not the most gentle or courteous accompaniments, raising their rude weapons in the air. The crowd suddenly gave back. The circle became larger, as many voices again called for singing, talking, or praying, backed by assurances that no one should be allowed to hurt her, the speakers declaring with an oath that they would knock down any person who should offer her the least indignity. She looked about her, and with her usual discrimination said inwardly, "Here must be many young men in all this assemblage, bearing within them hearts susceptible of good impressions. I will speak to them." She did speak. They silently heard, and civilly asked her many questions. It seemed to her to be given her at the time to answer them with truth and wisdom beyond herself. Her speech had operated on the roused passions of the mob, like oil on agitated waters. They were, as a whole, entirely subdued, and only clamored when she ceased to speak or sing. Those who stood in the background, after the circle was enlarged, cried out, "Sing aloud, old woman, we can't hear!" Those who held the scepter of power among them requested that she should make a pulpit of a neighboring wagon. She said, "If I do, they'll overthrow it." "No, they shan't. He who dares hurt you will knock him down instantly, damn him," cried the chiefs. "No, we won't. No, we won't. Nobody shall hurt you," answered the many voices of the mob. They kindly assisted her to mount the wagon, from which she spoke and sung to them about an hour. Of all she said to them on the occasion, she remembers only the following. "Well, there are 2 congregations on this ground. It is written that there shall be a separation, and the sheep shall be separated from the goats. The other preachers have the sheep. I have the goats. And I have a few sheep among my goats, but they are very ragged." This exordium produced great laughter. When she became wearied with talking, she began to cast about her to contrive some way to induce them to disperse. While she paused, they loudly clamored for more, more, sing, sing more. She motioned them to be quiet and called out to them, "Children, I have talked and sung to you as you asked me, and now I have a request to make of you. Will you grant it?" "Yes, yes, yes," resounded from every quarter. "Well, it is this," she answered. "If I will sing one more hymn for you, will you then go away and leave us this night in peace?" "Yes, yes," came faintly, feebly from a few. "I repeat it," said Sojourner, "and I want an answer from you all, as of one accord. If I will sing you one more, will you go away and leave us this night in peace?" "Yes, yes, yes," shouted many voices with hearty emphasis. "I repeat my request once more," said she, "and I want you all to answer." And she reiterated the words again. This time a long, loud "Yes, yes, yes" came up as from the multitudinous mouth of the entire mob. "Amen, it is sealed," repeated Sojourner in the deepest and most solemn tones of her powerful and sonorous voice. Its effect ran through the multitude like an electric shock, and most of them considered themselves bound by their promise, as they might have failed to do under less imposing circumstances. Some of them began instantly to leave. Others said, "Are we not to have one more hymn?" "Yes," answered their entertainer, and she commenced to sing. "Ah, bless the Lord, I've got my seal today, and today, to slay Goliath in the field today, and today. The good old way is a righteous way, I mean to take the kingdom in the good old way." While singing, she heard some enforcing obedience to their promise, while a few seemed refusing to abide by it. But before she had quite concluded, she saw them turn from her, and in the course of a few minutes they were running as fast as they well could in a solid body, and she says she can compare them to nothing but a swarm of bees, so dense was their phalanx, so straight their course, so hurried their march. As they passed with a rush very near the stand of the other preachers, the hearts of the people were smitten with fear, thinking that their entertainer had failed to enchain them longer with her spell, and that they were coming upon them with redoubled and remorseless fury. But they found they were mistaken, and that their fears were groundless, for before they could well recover from their surprise, every rioter was gone, and not one was left on the grounds or seen there again during the meeting. Sojourner was informed that as her audience reached the main road, some distance from the tents, a few of the rebellious spirits refused to go on and proposed returning. But their leader said, "No, we have promised to leave, all promised, and we must go, all go, and you shall none of you return again." She did not fall in love at first sight with the Northampton Association, for she arrived there at a time when appearances did not correspond with the ideas of associationists, as they had been spread out in their writings. For their phalanx was a factory, and they were wanting in means to carry out their ideas of beauty and elegance, as they would have done in different circumstances. But she thought she would make an effort to tarry with them one night, though that seemed to her no desirable affair. But as soon as she saw that accomplished, literary, and refined persons were living in that plain and simple manner, and submitting to the labors and privations incident to such an infant institution, she said, "Well, if these can live here, I can." Afterwards she gradually became pleased with and attached to the place and the people, as well she might, for it must have been no small thing to have found a home in a community composed of some of the choicest spirits of the age, where all was characterized by an equality of feeling, a liberty of thought and speech, and a largeness of soul she could not have before met with, to the same extent, in any of her wanderings. Our first knowledge of her was derived from a friend who had resided for a time in the community, and who, after describing her and singing one of her hymns, wished that we might see her. But we little thought at that time that we should ever pen these simple annals of this child of nature. When we first saw her, she was working with a hearty good will, saying she would not be induced to take regular wages, believing, as once before, that now Providence had provided her with a never-failing fount, from which her every want might be perpetually supplied through her mortal life. In this she had calculated too fast, for the associationists found that, taking everything into consideration, they would find it most expedient to act individually, and again the subject of this sketch found her dreams unreal, and herself flung back upon her own resources for the supply of her needs. This she might have found more inconvenient at her time of life, for labor, exposure, and hardship had made sad inroads upon her iron constitution by inducing chronic disease and premature old age. Had she not remained under the shadow of one George W. Benson, who never wearies in doing good, giving to the needy, and supplying the wants of the destitute, she has now set her heart upon having a little home of her own, even at this late hour of life, where she may feel a greater freedom than she can in the house of another, and where she can repose a little after her day of action has passed by. And for such a home she is now dependent on the charities of the benevolent, and to them we appeal with confidence. Through all the scenes of her eventful life may be traced the energy of a naturally powerful mind, the fearlessness and childlike simplicity of one untrammeled by education or conventional customs, purity of character, an unflinching adherence to principle, and a native enthusiasm which, under different circumstances, might easily have produced another Joan of Arc. With all her fervor and enthusiasm and speculation, her religion is not tinctured in the least with gloom. No doubt, no hesitation, no despondency spreads a cloud over her soul, but all is bright, clear, positive, and at times ecstatic. Her trust is in God, and from Him she looks for good and not evil. She feels that perfect love casteth out fear. Having more than once found herself awakening from a mortifying delusion, as in the case of the Sing Sing kingdom, and resolving not to be thus deluded again, she has set suspicion to guard the door of her heart, and allows it perhaps to be aroused by too slight causes on certain subjects, her vivid imagination assisting to magnify the phantoms of her fears into gigantic proportions, much beyond their real size. Instead of resolutely adhering to the rule we all like best, when it is to be applied to ourselves, that of placing everything we see to the account of the best possible motive until time and circumstance prove that we were wrong, where no good motive can be assigned, it may become our duty to suspend our judgment till evidence can be had. In the application of this rule, it is an undoubted duty to exercise a commendable prudence, by refusing to repose any important trust to the keeping of persons who may be strangers to us, and whose trustworthiness we have never seen tried. But no possible good, but incalculable evil may and does arise from the too common practice of placing all conduct, the source of which we do not fully understand, to the worst of intentions. How often is the gentle, timid soul discouraged and driven perhaps to despondency by finding its good evil spoken of, and a well-meant but mistaken action loaded with an evil design? If the world would but sedulously set about reforming itself on this one point, who can calculate the change it would produce, the evil it would annihilate, and the happiness it would confer? None but an all-seeing eye could at once embrace so vast a result. A result how desirable, and one that can be brought about only by the most simple process, that of every individual seeing to it that he commit not this sin himself. For why should we allow in ourselves the very fault we most dislike when committed against us? Shall we not at least aim at consistency? Had she possessed less generous self-sacrifice, more knowledge of the world and of business matters in general, and had she failed to take it for granted that others were like herself, and would, when her turn came to need, do as she had done, and find it more blessed to give than to receive, she might have laid by something for the future. For few, perhaps, have ever possessed the power and inclination in the same degree, at one and the same time, to labor as she has done, both day and night, for so long a period of time. And had these energies been well directed, and the proceeds well husbanded, since she has been her own mistress, they would have given her an independence during her natural life. But her constitutional biases and her early training, or rather want of training, prevented this result, and it is too late now to remedy the great mistake. Shall she then be left to want? Who will not answer no? End of chapter 29. Another camp meeting. Chapter 30 of The Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 30. Her Last Interview with Her Master. In the spring of 1849, Sojourner made a visit to her eldest daughter, Diana, who has ever suffered from ill health, and remained with Mr. Dumont, Isabella's humane master. She found him still living, though advanced in age and reduced in property, as he had been for a number of years, but greatly enlightened on the subject of slavery. He said he could then see that slavery was the wickedest thing in the world, the greatest curse the earth has ever felt. That it was then very clear to his mind that it was so, though, while he was a slaveholder himself, he did not see it so, and thought it was as right as holding any other property. Sojourner remarked to him that it might be the same with those who are now slaveholders. "Oh, no," replied he with warmth, "it cannot be. For now the sin of slavery is so clearly written out, and so much talked against. Why, the whole world cries out against it. That if anyone says he don't know and has not heard, he must, I think, be a liar. In my slaveholding days there were few that spoke against it, and these few made little impression on anyone. Had it been as it is now, think you I could have held slaves? No, I should not have dared to do it, but should have emancipated every one of them. Now it is very different. All may hear if they will. Yes, reader, if anyone feels that the tocsin of alarm or the anti-slavery trump must sound a louder note before they can hear it, one would think they must be very hard of hearing, yea, that they may belong to that class of whom it may be truly said, they have stopped their ears that they may not hear. She received a letter from her daughter Diana, dated Hyde Park, December 19th, 1849, which informed her that Mr. Dumont had gone west with some of his sons, that he had taken along with him, probably through mistake, the few articles of furniture she had left with him. "Never mind," says Sojourner, "what we give to the poor, we lend to the Lord." She thanked the Lord with fervor that she had lived to hear her master say such blessed things. She recalled the lectures he used to give his slaves on speaking the truth and being honest, and laughing, she says he taught us not to lie and steal when he was stealing all the time himself and did not know it. Oh, how sweet to my mind was this confession, and what a confession for a master to make to a slave! A slave-holding master turned to a brother. Poor old man, may the Lord bless him, and all slaveholders partake of his spirit. End of chapter 30. Her last interview with her master. Chapter 31 of the Narrative of Sojourner Truth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Velwest. The Narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth. Chapter 31. Certificates of Character. Hurley, Ulster County, October 13th, 1834. This is to certify that I am well acquainted with Isabella, this colored woman. I have been acquainted with her from her infancy. She has been in my employ for 1 year, and she was a faithful servant, honest and industrious, and have always known her to be in good report by all who employed her. Isaac S. Van Wagenen. Newpoltz, Ulster County, October 13th, 1834. This is to certify that Isabella, this colored woman, lived with me since the year 1810, and that she has always been a good and faithful servant. And the 18 years that she was with me, I have always found her to be perfectly honest. I have always heard her well spoken of by everyone that has employed her. John J. Dumont. Northampton, March 1850. We, the undersigned, having known Isabella, or Sojourner Truth, for several years, most cheerfully bear testimony to her uniform good character, her untiring industry, kind deportment, unwearied benevolence, and the many social and excellent traits which make her worthy to bear her adopted name. George W. Benson, S. L. Hill, A. W. Thayer. Boston, March 1850. My acquaintance with the subject of the accompanying narrative, Sojourner Truth, for several years past, has led me to form a very high appreciation of her understanding, moral integrity, disinterested kindness, and religious sincerity and enlightenment. Any assistance or cooperation that she may receive in the sale of her narrative, or in any other manner, I am sure will be meritoriously bestowed. William Lloyd Garrison. End of chapter 31. Certificates of Character. End of the narrative of Sojourner Truth by Olive Gilbert and Sojourner Truth.